Yo, hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. You guys are here already, right? So it's not like we need to be on starting soon screen waiting for even 5 minutes today. I wasn't really feeling that, so I'm just gonna queue up. I'm just gonna queue up for a little co-op to get our warm-up done, and then we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to the stream today. We're just gonna get right to it. My plan is to just go from noon to 5, just bang out some SC2, have a bit of fun, and that is really it. That is it. That's all we're doing. Hi. Yeah, I've been messing with some other effects for the glow and stroke effect. You know, it's like having one light color is cool, but what if I had anything? So I've been looking into what my options are for the anything. Which includes but is not limited to pretty much anything. So I was messing with a bunch of stuff today. I was messing with a way to get the light to be like a rainbow, and that looked really cool. And then I sped it up, I slowed it down. I was like, well, the whole border will be different colors. I could kind of get a kaleidoscope effect going, and you know, I didn't really settle on anything. I think it was probably just the easiest thing for me to do was to do this matrix effect because I just thought it looked really cool and I liked it, and I didn't have too many other immediate options available. There were a few that I looked at. I just thought that this was the best one. But I also actually really liked another way that I set it up at one point that I was testing earlier was with having it be a black border, like just trying to put like a very small border around myself, basically, without it being very light, just like a black border. And it actually looked really cool. I completely popped out of the background in like a kind of fresh way. So that's one of those things that we'll keep as an option on the table for the future. But there's a lot of different ways that I can use it. Certain things are just changing parameters on individual ones. I could basically get it to be a single color using the rainbow one, and then I can leave that as like an adjustable setting. Enemy eminent domain. Enemies gain control of your structures after destroying them. That's horrible. And there are blizzard units on the map. Enemy units teleport away when they take damage. Okay then. It's gonna be a heck of a game then. This will be a very difficult one. This will be extremely difficult. By the looks of it, anyway. Extremely difficult. I've got a Zeratol as my teammate, though. Zeratol's pretty strong. He's pretty good.
Your command center's got some new toys.
I was finishing, I finished the very last few chicken wings we still had. That was my pre-stream lunch. But yeah, I was working on a bunch of that stuff. I was working on some video settings, etc. And it's pretty cool. There was one particular effect that I really wanted to do that I just could not figure out. But yeah, I'm gonna get there. Figure we just power up real quick since that's what Terran does. Get mules. First you get mules, then you get rich, then you win the game. You guys are all aware of that, I think. Not much of a surprise. I guess I don't need depots. I'm about to get a lot of supply from these command centers. Don't have to worry. Don't think I have to worry. Good Lord, streaming when I chat with you again, tisk tisk on me. If it makes you feel better, I usually reply to you before I even go live. And I like talking to you, so like, you know, I don't know if this is gonna make you uncomfortable, but I just generally enjoy our conversations enough that I don't really care, so you can take that as a compliment if you like. Hey, Jasmine Owl. Jasmine Owl's been carrying us in our ARAM sessions recently.
Enemy Terrans are in the vicinity.
Yeah, no, you're good. You know how few people I have in my life to talk to about computer stuff. You really don't know. You really don't know. You're my smart friend, Verm. No offense to anybody else. You're my smart friend. I can't talk about any of this stuff with any other person that I know. So, I greatly appreciate our conversations about literally anything. Sometimes my dad will send me pictures of stuff because he was like head of like the tech department basically for his the solutions company that he used to work for, and he never really like knew if stuff was good, but he would always just send me random pictures and be like, "You want this? Can I get you this?" He's actually sending me an SSD for the streaming PC, so I'm gonna be able to put some more high quality assets that I want to load onto that. I've been having a mild storage issue. I realized that the solid state drive that the streaming PC is running on right now is actually it's actually like a 256 gigabyte yeah, SATA 6 SSD that I bought after the Total Biscuit SanDisk tournament in 2015. So it's actually just a SanDisk SSD, like a first or second generation one when they started making them. And it's yeah, well, as you can imagine, I mean, SSDs aren't even supposed to live that long. Even new ones, they're like, yeah, I wouldn't hold on to it for 10 years. So basically the solid state drive on the streaming PC, I think it's at end of life because I had some corrupt sectors the other day. I had a hard crash. I was really worried. None of this happened while I was streaming. I didn't want to make you guys panic or anything. But I was going through a bunch of stuff, and then I found out I had a ton of corrupted sectors on the drive, even though I hadn't had any like hard crashes or anything really breaking. It was just, you know, it was one of those things. Oh, he's got a monolith now. Oh, because Zeratul summoned a monolith, now the enemy has a monolith. Oh gosh. Yeah, I mean, this is just, it's not going to be easy. Let's just say that. Also blends super well with the SC2 HUD. Yeah, thanks. I have a lot of really fun ideas, especially when we're doing Stormgate stuff. I've been thinking about further ways to increase the amount of things that I can do with certain things that you know, it's like I basically ended up getting so much performance headroom back from turning off the 4K stuff that I've just been experimenting with a lot of things like that. I want to do eventually like a different scenes per matchup, but I want to automate it so that when I press the button to go in game on SC2 on my stream deck, I don't want it to just like go into the SC2 scene, you know? I want it to prompt me for what the matchup is or whatever the situation is based on the button. And then I want it to be like, then I can have, you know, I could have a specific scene just for Terran versus Protoss. And I could just put like my build or my strategy kind of a thing. I don't really have too much motivation to actually do that for StarCraft, but I think especially with the hype for the other games and whatnot, that's the kind of stuff that I'm planning on. I want to have like a little overlay with units that I like to play as with whatever faction I'm playing as. I'm thinking in Stormgate I'll have like an Infernal overlay and a Vanguard overlay, so that way we can just always have if that makes sense anyway. And eventually I'll end up having like 8 different scenes just per matchup, right? And then you can get some scene churn, but there's other ways to automate changing which scenes or sources are available. So that's like my current big project that I'm working on. You guys won't see that probably until the Stormgate streams next week, but that's the only heavy lifting I'm going to try to do this weekend. Or at least make a Stormgate specific overlay. I don't know if I'll go per faction yet once, maybe not for the first day. We'll just see. We'll just see how much time I have. What if the aura could change with the redeems? Yeah, it's possible. It starts to get really complicated though, for the same reason why the in-game ones are complicated, because each one has to also turn off all the other ones. So it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier when the different things that I'm doing aren't tied together like that. It wouldn't be hard to do it for the existing ones. It would be a mild pain in the butt, but it would probably take me like 2 hours to set that up. Just setting up all the filters on the camera and then adding all the bot commands for it. It would probably take me about 2 hours to do that. So
about to return to the facility. If you're going to handle them, do it sooner than later.
there's a lot of other levers that we can play with though. You know, I can automate it, for example, and then it's usually not as much of an issue with when it impacts other stuff, etc. There's a lot of different ways to do it. I think that for people that are new to Stormgate, it would be really cool to make like a noob overlay. So when I'm streaming that next week and I'm playing as Infernals, I want like where the UI is gonna be. I want to like put certain things there so that it's more readable. Like I want to put a word that says resources and just have that caption over where the resources are, just a little bit bigger, so that people who tune in are like, oh wow, okay. This stream is a little easier to watch than some of the others. There's basic info here that I can use. Or like, I want to maybe have a little breakdown of what units are what. That's kind of where my head's at with that. It's not really so much about making it fun as providing like a little bit of a better opportunity for context, education, clarity. I was really thinking about the best parts of playing Zero Space and the worst parts. And the best part was that I had a really good time playing the game. But the worst part, of course, is that ended up with me getting really focused, and while it was really fun, I think that it was hard for people tuning in to understand everything that was happening because I wasn't really talking as much, because I was just way having too much fun, and I was hyper-focused on the game. So I don't think it'll ever be a bad thing to be focused or excited about the game I'm streaming. So I thought, well, how else could I fix something like this? I gotta find some ways to work into the UI a little cheat sheet for people tuning into the game for the first time. And I think that eventually I wouldn't need to always have something like that. Like, not always, but I think that for the very first week of the game being publicly streamable by anybody, well, in that scenario, then I would say, yeah, I feel like it would be not inappropriate anyway. It wouldn't be inappropriate to do something like that. So that's just where my head's at. That's just where my head's at. I don't really see any downside. I don't really see any downside.
There's still a few more to get up in the air.
I need more mules. That's my problem, though. You know, the command center too.
If you're gonna kill it, you should do it soon. Just one more ship lost, and there won't be enough left to save the survivors.
Your allies being attacked.
I guess I need the fire bat guys are pretty tanky. Nathan, make 2 more command centers, and then you have my permission to gain supply. Good afternoon, Cryptopher. But yeah, I don't know. You guys can tell me if that sounds like insane. You're like, you know, Nathan, I think people would rather just see the game and not have any idea what's going on. If you guys really feel that way, you can always say stuff like that. I always appreciate constructive feedback. I feel like trying to make educational overlays per matchup, though, when I'm playing a new game would be like kind of a cool thing to do, since I imagine that the majority of people that are going to watch us play Stormgate next week will have seen very little or none of it beforehand. That's just where my head's at. I'm pretty excited about it, though. I think I've got a good plan. Yeah, exactly. At minimum for chat commands. Yeah. I want to make it even more accessible than that. Something on stream. Something that makes it more readable. That's my goal. That's my goal. I already have a bunch of cheat sheets because Frost Giant gives us them. So I already have a layout with like the units and the names and the buildings and the tech trees and everything. So editing or cutting some of those guys down into a little, you know, transparent guy that just lives like, say, on this area of the screen right here, you know? Do you guys see what I'm talking about? Just a few things right there. I'm not talking about plastering it all over.
Won't bring back the people it killed, but thank you for at least giving them justice.
That's where my head's at. That's where my head's at.
Long against 'em.
And the resources are not on the top of the screen. So that the only thing I was thinking is like, it's right here by where the clock is. So I would just put a, you know, just something, just a little something to draw the eye there for people that don't know where stuff is. I might also be able to, there was a plugin, there was an OBS plugin made by somebody recently that does on-screen text reading, and you can use it to dynamically blur or like censor text live on stream. So it's a machine learning model thing, but I really like this conceptually for if I want to have chat on in a game, you know. I could just leave that shit blurred forever, only in a certain area of the screen, and it will only blur if text appears. And then if it's something that's not horrible, I can just read it to you. I like stuff like that. Or doing anything where there's, you know, a potential for there to be sensitive information, or if I want to log into a different account, etc. Why is auto source so bad? He's on auto. Oh my god, did the ship... do you guys see this? I was like, what? It always puts it at 480. Yeah, it's probably just, that's not me, man. The auto setting? I don't know. Yeah, ask the engineers how that works. I would just select source manually if you're having issues with that, or submit a report to Twitch. You're the first person to say anything in 20 minutes, so I have no idea if it's a you problem or a Twitch problem. I didn't, you know. Usually, if the main video isn't working, everybody immediately comments on it. So.
The doctor is in. Just a few of our people are left on the planet. We're almost there.
Oh yeah, maybe we get out of that. Maybe we get out of that. The frickin' banelings are the worst. The baneling zombies just absolutely crush you. Yeah, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Here, let's get some fire bats. I'm sure it'll do absolutely nothing. Actually, the Zeratol's doing great. I can't tell if any of these buildings are the enemies. Oh, yeah. Right. Enemy Zeratol. So because of eminent domain, they get any buildings of ours that they kill turn into the AI's buildings. Yeah, that was tough. I think because my teammate was Zeratol, like, we played random. We didn't know what the mutation was gonna be. We had no way of knowing what the mutator was gonna be for that. But I think really the most important takeaway, your old PC would have crashed with all that action. It's a nuts game. It can be a pretty crazy game, honestly. It's a whole thing, right? It's a whole thing. It's a bag of chips. So Zeratul, one of Zeratul's main powers is that he can basically project his buildings or visions of his buildings out onto the map and use them like teleporting buildings, basically. But because the mutator that we got, which was again random, was any buildings that get destroyed become the enemies, even hallucinated buildings, then yeah. Any map the infested are on pump the unit count to an alarming degree. That's true. That's true. You're not blazing it anymore for Stormgate. You'll probably keep your consumption at the same level so you can focus on the new game. Wants that. He wants that. He wants that mental focus at 110%. I totally get it. I totally get it. Gonna need that. Gonna need that. All right. I'm just getting on my ladder account. But it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, like, looking into what types of ways people are using that machine learning type technology to do new stuff with, at least with video broadcasting production. The fact that I don't need to have a green screen behind me anymore to do stuff like this, you know, all of the other enhancements, the fact that the audio stuff that I can do as it relates to my effects, it's all awesome. It's all awesome. Technology just gets me pumped up, man. I don't have a green screen? No. I use artificial intelligence machine learning algorithms that were trained to isolate a camera portrait from a live frame. I can turn it on and off with the press of a button. There's my poster of The Weeknd right there. He's fantastic. That's the chair my wife games in. That's our closet that's kind of open. Those are the photos on our wall. And then I press the button again and it's all gone like magic. Like freaking magic. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that amazing? Yes, Nathan, it is. It is. It is. Technology is awesome. Technology is awesome. Did you know that for years and years and years, I just pulled up this big ass green screen behind me every time I wanted to go live? I just had this giant thing here. Oh my gosh. And I felt like I got that working pretty well, but you know what? It was just always there. It was just always there, and it was always in my way. I hated it. And then one day I just never needed it anymore. And can it look better when I use the green screen, even with the AI? The AI thing, you can use a green screen. If I put it behind me, it'll look even better. That's the best part. But at the same time, you know, it is one of those things where you have to decide for yourself, what are you going to prioritize? What are you going to prioritize? What are you not going to prioritize? What do you care about? What do you not care about? Etc. So for me, it's all about trying to prioritize as much stuff as I can to build tools to make more cool stuff later when we're playing like Stormgate and all of that. So that we can do all the cool stuff like having the per scene effects and whatnot. And so yeah. Being able to have the AI selectively blur text is something I really like too. Hiding account information, etc. A lot of different ways you can use something like that, you know. Makes it a little safer to open up anything that might have comments or Twitter or whatever. So I just like that in general. Trying to curate a not horrible experience. I was messing with a lot of stuff this morning.
Our SCV
I plugged my microphone back in too. Mostly curious its effect on my posture throughout the day, since I have to move to it, right? Why would you name yourself ugly? Why would you do that? Man, everybody who plays this game is depressed.
Go ahead. In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
It's got hair on it? Yeah, you can tell. You can tell it's got hair on it. I told you, man. I told you. My setup is crisp AF. That is some detail. You can see my dog's hair on the microphone. That's beautiful. You know, I haven't really cleaned it off in a long time. I haven't used it in months. I haven't used the thing in months, man. It's okay, you like dogs? Okay, well, as long as I have your permission, that's the only thing that matters, so thank you. I'm just glad we don't have to worry about whether or not you're gonna like it anymore. I was waiting for you to tell me if that was a problem. I'm just giving you shit, just pulling your leg. I probably need another depot. No, I actually did start the depot. So he puts all that work in with his probe and he just ends up losing it, so that's not too bad. That's not too bad. No, I'm not doing the test today. I'm not doing the Twitch test today, so your auto setting might not put you on source because my source setting is higher quality today than it was yesterday. So that may be it. But I am not running the Twitch enhanced broadcasting beta today. You guys can hear the music, right? Like the actual music. Unless you're on YouTube, then you should still hear the in-game music, but yeah, we should be good. We should be good.
Bad news. Optics online. Let's go kill something. SCV ready.
You guys hear a Purple Sun, right? It's a damn good song. I just I had to mix it up a little bit on Monday and Tuesday because the beta doesn't support multiple audio tracks. So that's the only thing. That's the only thing I can't do right now if I want to run the enhanced beta. So I figured the smart thing to do would be help them get their data, do it Monday and Tuesday. Those are always the slower days anyway. Mondays, you know, Mondays are always the worst days for streaming SC2, so it felt like a good way to help those guys out, get a little bit of their data, and then I've learned a little bit more about even my own setup and what it's capable of from the test settings that they're using. So the stream is actually a higher quality than it was even before I was doing the test, just because I've learned that I can run some settings that I really did not think I could. So it's kind of awesome. The only thing that really sucks here is the supply block, because otherwise it's pretty great. It's pretty fantastic. Well, it's like, you know, the thing is, people hate change. So the first time I changed the microphone, like, I did it for me, and I really was happy that I did it, and that was a really big thing for me. But like, a lot of people were just immediately opposed to it, and that's fairly normal. It's fairly normal because people just like generally don't like it when anything changes ever. So I had to take my time with it.
Been waiting on you. SCV ready.
But I didn't want to like immediately just put the other old microphone back in because I knew that obviously if you guys were given the choice, you'd want the one that sounds better. So
This better be good.
trying to balance my comfort in with that is something that matters.
SCV ready. Ready to roll out. SCV ready.
Heading out. Got no go ahead.
SCV ready. What's going on? SCV ready.
Oh yeah, no, it's like the worst that he just has that prism there. I can't really do anything about it. So he did proxy a Dark Shrine though and get nothing for it, so I've got that going for me, which is nice.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Huh? Yes, sir. SCV ready. Big job, huh?
It's like, do I want to build a bunch of tanks? No, but also most people do just build nothing but stalkers, so something to keep in mind anyway.
By the numbers. SCV ready.
On my way.
SCV ready. Yep.
The situation is just so awkward because I expect him to go into zealots.
Research complete.
But also, you have to keep in mind that he's basically just got an exposed tech building sitting out there now too. That's the other side of the coin anyway.
Here's your stop.
What's going on?
Oh, he's got a second prism. Woo! So this is where things get interesting though, because we can start mind dropping him now. And I kind of like, yeah.
Done and done. Roger that. Target acquired. Apocalypse now.
Yeah, he's gonna make a few more DTs.
What's going on?
Here we go. All right, they're on the way. Ruh-roh. He's sending everything.
Add-on complete.
Let's get them cruisers.
Command center upgrade. Upgrade.
Yeah. All right. Looks like he's decided he can't get in there. Fan-diddly-tastic. Meanwhile, the Banshee continues the reign of terror. Let's get Yamato. All right. Shove off.
Bad news? What's going on? In the rear with the gear.
なんだよ. Oh, there it is. No, we do just have to go. We don't actually have time. He's rebuilding his dark shrine. Oh, he's wild. Makes it a little harder to focus fire for him when you stack him like that. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty big vulnerability on that side, honestly.
Now what? Acknowledged. Confirmed.
SCV ready.
Life flight's here.
Research complete. Nav center upgrade complete.
There we go. Ah, just don't die, don't die. Goonies never say die. Oh.
Waiting on you.
Upgrade complete.
Send him home for the repairs. Send the others in. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. I did something new today. SM7B sounds far better, but also, yeah, in your face. Oh, yeah, of course, of course. Yeah. But you know, I do think that it may not be bad, because the thing is, if I frame everything correctly, then I shouldn't have to move the microphone that much, which means that my natural inclination to put myself in the correct spot will probably be the best thing I could do for my posture. I don't know why. I was just thinking about it. You know, sometimes changing things like the color I'm playing as and all of that, like these are things I don't do super often, because they've started to get baked into the stream effects, right? They've started to get baked into all of this, so especially with like the green screen stuff, it doesn't work as well as it did anymore if you use the rainbow effects and whatnot, because now I'm pulling from something that's got a lot more closeness to other colors in the game than hot pink, but also I just like changing the color I play as at least once or twice a year, and I didn't do that for almost a year and a half now. Almost, it's been a long time, right? So that was yeah, I don't know. That was just one of those things. Let's see. How many workers? 40. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. And that early game feels really good, too. Yeah, 10K. How early was this proxy? Is the only thing I want to know. And then we can go next. So yeah, that'll probably be my next big project, is when I get that the SSD my dad sent me. I'm gonna probably just I highly doubt even if it's a cheapo one that it'll be worse than the one I have in it right now, just because of how old it is. So the fact that I was getting crashes because the driver file corrupted was like very scary for me. So I ran like the check disk, XFR, etc. I did like the whole thing, and I had to do that like 3 or 4 times before it would stop throwing errors, like repeatedly. Just being like, run the command, boot into Windows, it fixed these errors. Tell it to do it on reboot again, just do that. So the fact that it had to go through multiple passes, it's definitely probably dead. I don't even know. I gotta like check the other graphics card again now. I did try it at another machine and it was having problems, but now I'm not even sure anymore. Now I'm not even sure how much stuff is being broken by the drive. Although when I fixed it, it hasn't had any issues now for like a week. So I'm gonna have the new drive in on Sunday or Saturday, the 3rd. February 3rd, I think. Either the 2nd or the 3rd was what the mail thing that my dad sent me said. So I feel like that's gotta be it. Man, I was kind of shocked too. Seemed like somehow everybody managed to delude themselves into thinking we were gonna get rate cuts again. Guys, we know they're lying. We know they're lying about the inflation numbers. You can tell because they can't lower rates. If all the problems were fixed, rates would already be down. I promise. Sadly, it's going to take a little more work than that. It's going to take a little more. Lots of red numbers on the internet charts today. Was that the same DT dude? No. I'm playing on Europe. The Bonk guy, the Bonk dude, he is a Grandmaster American Protoss. But he's just a Protoss. He's just an American Protoss player. But the guy I was just playing was in that Heroes clan. Those guys have I think they're a fan club made of me because I'm a hero. I think that's why they couldn't get the Nathanias clan tag because it was too long, but they went for Heroes because they're like, well, who's our biggest hero? Nathanias. Boom. We want to be like Nathanias. We are the Heroes. So like these guys made this whole fan club for me in Europe, and it's one of the biggest clans now on the European ladder. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome if you think about it.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Move it. I'm going. SCV ready. Big job.
If Fedora can't run Debian packages, though, there's a pretty good chance I won't be able to install all my OBS plugins. I gotta see. I don't even know. I don't even know if they put out... I don't even know if the alpha builds they make are built in. It most certainly can't. Yeah, I was gonna say. I don't know if they compile them for all of the different... There's usually quite a few. I'm just gonna check now out of curiosity. Exceldro is he makes a lot of stuff by himself. It's possible that he does, but there's usually like 7 or 8 builds every time he releases something. Let's see, what does he compile them in? I'm pulling up his GitHub page while I do my opener because it's, you know, it's just a Protoss, so this is what we do. Maybe I check the DT spot. We check the proxy DT spot. Okay, no proxy DTs this game, guys. We did it. We saved the city, Patrick. We saved the city. Let's see. What does he release? Mac OS, ARM64, Mac Universal, Mac x86, Ubuntu 2004. Yeah, that's it. So it's all Debian. I'm pretty sure the plugins are all Debian. So that's what I would need. That's what I would need to solve that problem, I guess. If it makes you feel better, Verm, I'm going to let you in on a secret. I don't know if it's just because of how bad EA is as far as being developers goes, but recently I just never turned Secure Boot back on, and the game just hasn't mentioned it to me. So if you want to know the truth, I have not been toggling Secure Boot for my Madden stuff. The anti-cheat has just stopped prompting me, which means it's either matching me against other people that also don't have it on and everyone I'm playing is cheaters on Madden now, or it's just bugged because they're bad developers that don't spend money on quality assistance or assurance, and very likely because I was able to boot the game once, it probably saved like a unique hash from my motherboard onto the game's files that it just checks every game. But even though I turned Secure Boot off, it doesn't get a flag that it's not real anymore. I don't know. But if you guys wanted to know a way to circumvent the anti-cheat for Madden, there you go. I also downloaded a 3 GB update for the game yesterday, and it had 0 impact on the aforementioned issue. So don't worry, guys. Don't worry. The new patch didn't get it either. Thankfully, I don't cheat, so I have very little interest or reason to Beautiful. Oh! Nice. Yeah, the only thing, I follow like 20 tickers, and the only thing that's green today is VIX, which obviously, but they're like not even at 20, right? So it doesn't really mean anything. If it ain't broke, yeah, exactly. It took me, you do not want to know, the amount of hours it took me to get Linux to automatically block the NA servers that I don't want to play on boot. In order to get that to work, the emu farm, I literally spent probably 20 hours reading guides on setting network policies in Linux and then Pop OS and all this troubleshooting. And then I did all these steps and that's like, that should work. And then the only thing that works is manually running the bash command. And then it's saved until reboot. So I had to figure out this whole thing about getting this bash command to automatically run every time it started, which was like the IP block. Yeah, IP table rules. Yeah, exactly. And I did every single thing that every single guide said to do, like the easy way, and it just did not work. So the only thing that could work was going sudo, it was like sudo IP table block and then destination, and that was it. That's the only thing that worked. So I have that. I have 30 of those commands in a bash script that run as soon as I boot the computer, and getting to the point where I could get that functioning was such a huge pain in the butt that's probably the number one reason why I'm terrified. I'm sure that I could get around these problems much more easily if I was just on a traditional Ubuntu release and just installed the NVIDIA drivers myself, since I'm a power user. But the jump to do that means I have to refigure out the VBAN, I have to refigure out the NDI, I have to refigure out the network scripting, and I think Barrier will still work just fine, but like, yeah, there's so many things that I spent hours setting up because it was such a pain in the butt to have to do it manually every time. The best thing about my setup is that my setup is extremely easy to use. It's very powerful, and maybe I'm the only person that really understands how it works. I don't know if a random person could sit at my computer and use it. I think if I gave you like 3 or 4 tips, you probably could, but the whole point is that everything is on rails because I just want to be able to focus on playing the game and talking to you guys, not fixing stuff. That's why I automate stuff, That's what's fun about doing that. Remember recommending setting up the armor firewall, etc.? Yeah. Yeah, the only thing I could get to work, was just running a bash command because it just has to do with Pop OS because it's like, a derivative, because it's a derivative operating system of Ubuntu and they put Fedora stuff on it. Because from my familiarity is that Pop OS has a lot of Fedora-based assets, but it runs on Debian. That seems to be like their whole thing. So it's the kernel is Ubuntu, but they use a lot of Fedora stuff on it. So it's basically like an abomination combination of Ubuntu and Fedora. So certain things certain settings or files that you would change for Ubuntu, they are there in my operating system, but they are not used because Pop OS hard-coded configuration on boot has it use this specific Fedora module instead. So that's like, if that doesn't get it across, I probably am not capable of explaining it in any better level of clarity. But that's more or less the situation. Just it's using Fedora kernel stuff and Debian stuff, so the whole entire thing is just a big pain in the butt. Yeah. Although I guess I wouldn't need all the plugins. Because the only computer running Linux is the gaming PC. Although I would like to put the streaming PC onto Linux at one point as well, since I think I'd get probably even bigger gains there. But it's a little bit less, Having bleeding edge software compatibility is more important, and typically all that stuff is for Windows. Case in point, all the beta builds of OBS that I've been getting directly from developers, including from Twitch, all of those builds are obviously Windows only. They don't even there's no Ubuntu version of the enhanced broadcasting beta that I'm aware of anyway. So I'm sure they have it compiled in Linux for internal testing, but they didn't give that to us. Because 99.9% of people who stream are running Windows computers. And even in my unique instance, I'm not even using Linux for the stream. I'm just using Linux for the game because the game is buggy without it. So, technically the only thing I need is to get the video feed across the network. But if the new tech, oh my god, I did it again. I don't know how I do this. I get the wrong SCV selected and I just don't build that gas. That's happened twice this week. I'm getting sloppy. I wonder if that's just my input delay being too, the repeat delay being too sensitive still. I get some unforced errors from the repeat delay. I need to probably tone it down a little bit at some point today. Flat pack or Steam? Yeah. Flat pack is they do stuff like that. Well, it's got its own store that it gets for updates and drivers and everything. So really, that's it. It's the fact that it's just running a bunch of Debian and Ubuntu stuff separately in the back end. It's got all these things that are basically designed to dumb it down for people that don't use Linux often. But then you find out that you needed to do like one thing it can't do, and then you find out that life becomes hell very quickly, you know? I'm sure the day that I migrate the system from POP to regular Ubuntu will very likely be a day with a lot of swearing, Katie asking me if I'm okay, and then probably ordering us food, and Katie being upset because, you know, 8 hours passes by and I've just been working on my computer the whole time, and when she asks me if I'm almost done, I say, babe, I just started over for the 5th time. You know, that's usually what the intense projects, when I'm really trying to figure stuff out, that's usually what it turns into. Katie did not have a fun time when I was trying to get the network blocking stuff to work. Because again, every single time that I tried to test it, every time I tried to test it, I had to load up the game and then get put on the Brazil server and then turn everything back off, reboot everything, change the settings. And then, of course, the settings don't save unless you reboot the machine. So, you know, just a huge pain in the butt. But once it's done, you know, I don't have to play on the Brazil server anymore. So, or I think Brazil's the only one that changed recently. So I still get put on Brazil, but I don't have to play on Australia or Singapore. So that's still nice. I don't want to play on those servers. Not very fun. But yeah, I don't have to worry about secure boot because the game's anti-cheat just doesn't care anymore. Or it's flagged me as a cheater and I just play other cheaters, but I still beat them, so I don't know. I might just be the best Madden player alive. But I'm probably more willing to believe that they just, you know, don't actually have functioning program. Far more likely to be the case. Yeah, like the bot says, you can subscribe, $5 a month, remove ads. Also, there are no ads on the YouTube stream, so while you're saving up your nickels for an ad-free sub, check out youtube.com/Nathanias.
Complete.
Big job. Go ahead. You got coordinates?
This is gonna get crazy.
Bad news?
Everybody's been so paranoid about cyclones recently. It's like everybody's all very anti-cyclone focused, so I can't really do it as much as I want to.
In the rear. Go ahead.
I've been punished for it pretty badly this week. Feels like, I think Harstem, I watched this video that Harstem made. I don't know if you guys have heard about this, the Akrij guy, but he was 3,000 MMR for 3 years straight. And apparently it never really had any level of success in StarCraft. He's Diamond 3, which is pretty good, if you ask me. Mechanically, it means you can do some stuff, but you're just not really a strategical player, or you don't know how to adjust, or you just play the same build every game. I think that's how you get locked down there. But he started doing a one base double factory. Sound familiar? Except he went reactor, so he didn't even try to get the thruster upgrade. He didn't try to do any of that. His whole entire play was he making on one base, just getting like 6 cyclones and then A-moving his opponent. Like that's what he did. So hey, more power to him. This guy went from 3,000 MMR all the way up to like 5.5K. in one season, right? And that to me is crazy. Like I really thought that was just nuts. So Harstem interviewed this guy. Yeah, he pulled his SCVs. Yeah, and there are a lot of cheesy builds that are good and strong, and you can win with a lot of them. But the thing that, you know, Harstem stressed, and I really feel like most StarCraft players do not really understand skill in this game very well, because they always just think about winning and losing, and they don't really look at what happens in games. But for that specific scenario, that was definitely one of the most insane things that I had ever seen, because I was genuinely just like, I was genuinely just straight up like, holy shit, you know? It's kind of nuts that somebody can go up that much. That is a pretty unreal amount. Like that is beyond, that's beyond like a crazy amount of gains. Absolutely unrealistic. Like that's years worth of gains. That's so many years worth of practicing and grinding, and to even get close to that level of ability, like especially from being like diamond. So that was kind of sick. It's kind of sick.
Go ahead. SCV ready. Yes, Commander.
I know Roddy's been spreading the patch copium, so it seems like we might get a patch. I want to believe him. I don't think he would lie to anybody. He seems pretty confident that they're going to touch the Cyclone, so it would be cool if they could fix it.
Big job, huh?
Man, he's making nothing but queens, huh?
SCV ready. What is it?
You saw a Corruptor there? Yeah, I was gonna say I expect to see Corruptors soon. It's the only thing that he needs to break the planetaries, really.
Upgrade complete.
That's why I want to put some turrets on the edge here and just try and hope I can use them as support to move out.
Base is under attack.
It's about what we expect, right? It's about what we expect.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
There you go. Just kill 4 Corruptors for nothing. Boom.
What is it? What is it? Go ahead. Yep. Yep. Oh, you hate Bandit.
Corruptors for nothing and your chicks for free. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Okay, I think all the teleports are available, so that's good.
Research complete.
I don't care if he beats us, by the way. This is our first game of the day. I want to mass battle cruisers. That's what we're doing. That's my plan, and I'm sticking to it.
You hail? What's going? Go ahead.
We're making battle cruisers.
Take it slow.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me otherwise.
What's going on? Yes, Commander.
Perfect, perfect.
Oh, really?
Here we go. Oh? Oh, he's gonna break the turret, right? Break the turret, then bring the corruptors. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, he does get that, and now we get something in return.
In the rear with the gear.
Upgrade complete. Your forces are under attack.
Big job, huh?
Oh my god, here we go. It's happening. Okay. I guess he didn't want to lose
Your
yet.
forces are under
He didn't want to lose yet. That's fair, that's fair.
Yes, Commander. Patching you through. Okay.
That rainbow juice is hitting stronger than normal. Yeah, I told you guys. I told you on these maps. It lasts a little less long, though. So if you find it visually painful, you'll be happy to know it. Instead of 10 minutes, it's only for 5 minutes now.
mineral field.
Although if it bothers you, I'm sure you don't care about that part. So not very helpful anyway. Let's take the new BC, cancel it, get our 3-3, get a second Raven. We're going to need a big booty play with these BCs if we want to win.
Yes, Commander.
It's just where we are now in this game.
Mineral field depleted.
Oh, he's already coming. He was already coming.
Command center upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted.
Well, yes.
In the rear.
Well,
State your request.
yes, Commander. Oh, really?
Huh?
What is it? You hail?
Mineral field depleted.
Yes, Commander. Call in the fleet.
I think he was looking for those BCs, but just like couldn't find them, so. Oh, he's got multiple packs. He's got multiple packs of corruptors now.
Beam geyser exhausted.
Okay.
What is it? Who called in the fleet?
Big job.
Yes, Commander.
Scanning fast. Engineering at your
Ah, you scared me. Bad news.
Add-on.
On one hand, it's like I want the supply for the BCs. On the other hand, I kind of need the supply for everything else.
Go ahead.
What is it?
Upgrade.
combat. Scanning fast. Engineering at ready state.
In the rear with the gear.
Awaiting and
Bad news. Huh? Yeah.
scanning fast. Awaiting.
Because the thing is, you get enough BCs and then you just kill them. right? Because he's got too much supply and other stuff that doesn't kill battle cruisers. So even though corruptors are good, he may not really be able to get out the number that he would actually like to fulfill his plan or his destiny.
Mineral field depleted.
What is it? Oh, really? Yes, Commander.
Base is under SC geyser exhausted.
Just kill a bunch of them, teleport back. No big deal.
What is Archie?
Your forces are under attack.
It's a little slow, yes. Is it painful? Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it is. Oh, look at that, though. Look at that. That's a lot of money for him to spend on a base that doesn't... I mean, he should have done that here, right? He should have put that on the other one. That's fantastic. I mean, that's really good for us. That's really good for us. He's dumping a lot of gas. Dumping a lot of gas into those Banes. And we're going to get Blue Flame, too. Insurance is what we call it. Insurance.
Yes, Commander. Archie.
Just gotta wait for the Yamato to come back 20 seconds and then we move out again. We just try and trade, take as much as we can off of him.
Big job, huh?
Who called in the fleet?
State your
Mineral field depleted.
combat.
All right, let's just kill everything.
Attack.
This vessel. This vessel.
Research.
Oh, I know he has another Spire. There's no doubt. There's no doubt many more Corruptors are on the way. I kind of want to fight him as they come out, though, right? Since I've got good upgrades.
Scanning back.
What's going on?
Mineral field depleted.
Oh, he's following the mules. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. This is my favorite place to hang during the day. Thanks, man. No, it's only going to get better. It's only going to get better. It's still pretty quiet because we're doing StarCraft stuff, you know. There's just not as many people that do it these days, but I'm very hopeful about the future. We've got a lot of cool things coming up. We got a lot of really awesome things to look forward to. That's for me such a huge component of it all. Being able to keep that joy in it, you know. There's very little that means more to me than to be able to come on here and hang out with you guys, talk about your day, talk about my day, whatever.
Yes, Commander. You hail? Oh, really? Yes, Commander.
Raise some hell.
What is it?
Big job, huh? What's going on?
Engineering.
Yes.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
All right, let's get some guys to repair over there.
Vespine Geyser exhausted.
Emo versus pop punk versus core? I don't know. Man, it seems like you know probably a lot more than I do about those subjects. I'm not sure I have answers. I just hope you enjoy whatever you choose to spend your time listening to, bro, right? That's what it's all about. Oh, did he think I was gonna make nothing but BCs? Really? After he invested into the Field of Dreams? This guy made so many sport crawlers, Mel Gibson came after his ass, man. Copyright, bro. If you build it, I will not come. No, I don't want that. Insurance. Yeah, you guys remember the part 20 minutes ago where I was like, I'm gonna get some vehicle weapon upgrades and I got level 1? I said insurance. Yeah, it was a great callback. I appreciate that. He's like, wait, I've got spore crawlers, no money. He had 4,000 gas? Wow. He had 4,000 Vespine gas. What a game. Now, I generally like all of the music genres, you know? It's like food. It's like food. I don't try to limit myself in terms of what I'm willing to try, as long as it's past some level of safety inspection, you know? As long as the people that regularly eat it aren't like turning into blob monsters or Resident Evil tentacle monsters. I'd say I draw a line at turning into a tentacle monster. Mostly because if I had tentacles instead of hands, it'd be really hard to play video games. Maybe I could play controllers? Do you think you could play a controller if you had tentacles? Probably. Maybe a little bit easier than a keyboard. Like Squidward. Well, then I have to leave that between you and God. Thank you, Katie, for the 56-month resub. Oh my God, that's literally my wife. Literally my wife. Thank you, Katie. You're the best. The best. Got a Protoss. You went ahead and opened up the YouTube channel that you don't watch on there. You throwing your boy some love. It does help. I appreciate that a lot. Any engagement with the YouTube stream at all helps a lot. It helps all my content if you interact with any of my content. That's the best thing about YouTube. No matter how many people talk or do anything here on Twitch, I'll never get promoted to other people to watch me. It doesn't have any impact. But on YouTube in general, even if you don't watch the live stream, you just go press like on it. That helps. If you see a funny short or something that I post, you know, any watching it helps more than anything. But if you actually enjoy it, pressing a button to signify that you enjoy it also helps a lot. I think I've been getting a little bit better with the clips I've been picking out. Everything I put up last week did very well. The Turbo Achilles was maybe a little bit lower, but I think that's just because it was a pretty bad play by my opponent more than it was something great by me. But I still got 500 views, and that was my lowest one, which is pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. I think the total number of people that pass in and out of my Twitch stream every day usually goes between like 1,900 and 3,500 people. Makes sense. Average person watches for somewhere in the realm of like 30 minutes-ish. Whoa, you change your allo. This was 100 times better. Huge fan. Look at that. Look at that. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves it. Thanks, bro. Yeah, I've been messing around. Been messing around with it. I can make it a lot of different things. I can turn it back into the way it was yesterday, too. But I think what I'd like to do is use a dynamic mask instead of running a visual effect, and use the effect to push the mask through rather than running the effect through the plugin. So that's what I'm doing now. This is actually the same exact thing I was using to do the aura yesterday. The only difference is that instead of pulling a color gradient that I've been using for the yellow or pink or white or whatever I've set it to, instead of using a color gradient, I can pick a source in OBS. So I have a source that does nothing other than hide under all of my other sources. And that source has an effect put on it that turns it into a giant matrix pattern. And that source is invisible behind me, but only where the plugin is allowed there to be space behind me. Otherwise, it holds very tight to the border. So I could literally have it be anything. So I was trying to think of some stuff that would be as cool or cooler than just the generic line. The regular black border outline, like a YouTube thumbnail outline, actually looks really amazing. It looks really good. I just don't think it's flashy at all. And I like to be flashy on my stream. I'm a flashy guy. I'm a flamboyant guy. So I wanna show off. That's what I do. I'm the peacock. You gotta let me fly. So that's what I'm here doing. So I figured, oh well, I could just put this matrix effect on it, and then technically the matrix scene is behind me, but only me. But it's not loaded into the scene. It's not loaded as a source. It's only visible through the gap in the alpha mask that the plugin I'm using allows me to do. And if you're wondering, oh, Nathan, is that another plugin that probably won't run on Fedora? Yeah, probably not.
Add-on complete.
Light flight. Picking up or dropping off.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Waiting on you. Light flight here. Well, heck, where's the emergency?
Engine screaming.
Now what? Loud and clear. Acknowledged. Waiting on you. Here.
Receiving. Fine.
Research complete.
So instead of just like griefing by going cyclones into more cyclones and dying, we could go cyclones into like banshees or tanks, and then we don't just automatically die. So that part's kind of cool.
What's going on? SCV ready. What's up?
Yeah?
Kind of what I'm thinking anyway.
Receiving. Yeah? Target messy.
This better be good. Go ahead. What's up?
Absolutely obliterated. Absolutely obliterated. Isn't that fun? Imagine the spoon isn't even there. Kappa. It's just painful at times because you make these drops and your building looks so easy. It's not. Yeah, I mean, I felt like that was a pretty clean dissection. No mess, no spill. Great job. Thank you guys. You guys did a great job holding the tarp down. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I hear sirens in the distance. You should let me get out first. Hell yeah. Great game. Great game. Demolished him. He was not ready for that. He was on a 5-game win streak, too. If I rematch him, I am guaranteed to lose. That is like manifest destiny right now. So I'm going to totally... Okay, he's in a game. We're safe. We're safe. I was like, workers lost? Do you want me to look at the replay? I'll take a look at... Oh, watch my own replay and talk about how great I am? Yeah. Oh, after you. Yo, Trav, God bless you, sir. Oh, yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a peek. We killed a lot. We killed a lot. This is what I want to do today. I think I tried this once yesterday. I like messed around with it a little bit, but you know, you guys can really tell. Historically, I've always worked on builds in the back of my mind, like over a very long period of time before I ever bring them to the stream, because I kind of think through all the situations, and even when something doesn't work, sometimes I like to do it again anyway, because it can really give me clarity on what exactly about it is still good, even when it doesn't work, right? So it's like, should I still do the Cyclone drop? I think we just demolished him when we showed up. Depowered, right? He only has two warp gates. We depower the charge. Wow, he was getting charged. See, that's really interesting. He was getting charged. I didn't even... It's good to know. I thought that was blink. It's actually really, really useful information since he never ends up making a zealot this game. If I had rematched him, I would have been like, oh, he's just gonna go blink again, and then he would have killed me with charge lots and probably a prism. I'm gonna guess that's what his plan was. Big charge lot, prism all in. Which obviously isn't gonna work when he has no probes, 1,000 minerals, and 2 gateways, and charge isn't even researching anymore. That was beautiful. So what do we got? 7 worker kills? And then I take the 0 health Cyclone. I'm just picking him up, putting him down. I'm doing a little juggle action. No, this was just nasty. Just brutal. And the fact that the Banshee... I wanted to rally the Banshee across the map. It could have been there sooner. This one probe he left there all game is what sees the Banshee, by the way. That probe was there the whole game. I can't even be mad at him. I can't be mad. I fly right over it. I don't even kill it because I'm just hoping he's not paying attention. And he's making an immortal. If I had known that he was building an immortal first, oh my god, I should have just killed the pylon. I could have just killed the pylon. Oh, okay. Well, Nate, you won the game literally 10 seconds later. Yeah, but we could have won better. We could have won like 2% better. I mean, I'm a big fan of 2% milk, so really it's not a big deal. 2% is enough, but... Yeah, that was beautiful. 31 probe kills. 31 probe kills. 2 resources lost to 2,000. What did I even lose this game? What died? Do we know? Was it a 1 Banshee? I lost a Banshee this game. What was the other unit that I lost? What? The medevac was still alive, right? The Cyclones were alive? Did I cancel something? No, that doesn't count as a thing lost. My scouting SCV? Oh, the Reaper! I lost a Reaper, didn't I? I made 2 Reapers. I lost a Reaper and a Banshee. I lost 1 Reaper and 1 Banshee. Okay. I was racking my brain for a second there. I was like, I'm not 100% sure I understand. Not 100% sure I understand what that other unit was. Boom, ba-da-da-dum, boom, boom, boom. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Got TVT. Let's go, baby. I told you guys I'm feeling good. Feeling good this week. I'm getting amped up. I want to give you guys some real quality StarCraft games. Gonna have some new strategies. Got a little bit of a fresh look. Put some fresh paint on the SCVs and the base. Feedback has been noted. More battlecruisers versus Zerg. More Banshees versus Protoss. I think that's the only thing I really missed about playing that style against Protoss was I actually used to have quite a few really fun games when we... The best part about the battlecruiser spam wasn't even the BCs necessarily. It was that Banshee early mid-game that we did. I got probably a little too deep in the Cyclone bottle because I just wanted to know what they were truly capable of, so... That's another reason why I kind of forced that strategy a ton. Just kind of trying to limit test what it can actually do. Everybody always is very dismissive when they talk in online discourse because everyone wants to pretend they're smart. Nobody is secure enough to admit that experimenting is an important part of the process. So I like to do the experimenting part since it's basically a new unit. But my evaluation so far is that for early harass, it's insane. For a whole army against Zerg, still pretty good. Still very good. But against Protoss, flimsy in the mid-game. Not a bad transition point end-game, though. If you get your opponent on nothing but Stalkers against BC Banshee, transitioning into Cyclones can work. It can. People underestimate them. They're just not really good against any other kind of ground army except pure Stalkers, so. And even then, they do lose to pure Stalkers, so it's like... There's a lot of different considerations that you have to make because of that. Mostly, as you guys saw, I went, can I build 2 Reapers? Yeah, I think that part of the build is fine, so I decided to stick with that. What did I do after I made the 2 Reapers? I made the reactor. Could I still use the reactor even if I'm not going to make Cyclones? Yeah, well, what could I do? I could make a bunker, put Marines in it. Okay, what else? If the medevac survives the beginning of the game, then I could go for a Marine drop if I have excess Marines. Oh, well, that's actually really awesome. Okay, so what else? What else are we looking at? And that's really where the fun of the game comes from for me. So we just shut down his proxy starport. But basically the whole entire logic train stems from the what parts of this would be good to mix into some of my older builds that I used to do, and what parts are not good. I like Cyclone Drop against Terran and Protoss. It is incredibly good. But if my opponent is going Cyclones, I need to do the same exact response, right? Put the reactor on the barracks, make a bunker, get a few tanks. Don't force anything. Don't force anything that I can't get away with.
Add-on complete.
It's good to know, though, right? He's got several Reapers. Although I think I would probably still want to get the 2. Probably would still want to get the 2. I could maybe make a tech lab with, that. But if I build Naked Marines behind this and he goes for a dive with Hellions and Reapers, I'm going to lose, so.
Add-on complete.
Talk to me. Waiting on you.
Add-on complete.
What's going on?
Wait.
Madden.
Talk to me. Picking up or drop? Talk to me.
Oh, right on top of the tank.
Ready for pickup?
Our SCVs are under attack.
Somebody, give me a
Nothing'll stop me. Oh, out. SCV ready. Enemy
Look at that. Hey, he had some good harass ready. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that he sent the Liberator in, because at the beginning of the game, we kind of got to see the manifestation of the... At the beginning of the game, anyway, we got to see...
Command center upgrade complete.
Damn, look at him go.
Research complete.
This better be good. Cyclone review. Ready. Channels clear. Got it. Who wants some? Been waiting on me. Ready. Got no. Arm. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Oh, he doesn't have vision. He doesn't have vision. That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Got it.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready.
Absolutely nuts.
Be in the rear with bad news.
Yeah?
SCV ready.
Holla back. Target deployed. Done and done.
Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Command center
Oh my gosh. Nathaniel popping off today. Ay, ay, ay. What is going on? What is going on? Oh my goodness. 15 kills on that Banshee? Bro, that was like the sickest though. I might need to go back and clip that. I can't believe that happened. I legitimately, okay, so we canceled. Let's just see what happened. Because he starts the proxy. We starts the proxy. I want to go back to when we shut it down. So he's got the proxy. We force him to cancel it. He's building just a Hellion. What did he have and what did I have? At this point in the game, not much. So I don't think that we could have like counterattacked or anything. But at the very least, we delayed that Liberator harass, which hypothetically speaking, if he comes in right as my medevac drop leaves my base, which is what would have happened if I didn't cancel his starport, I think things could have been a lot worse because we didn't really get as much damage done as I wanted to. I felt like we should have been able to kill the Viking. The only reason we didn't kill the Viking is because of the Cyclone bug. If you guys aren't familiar, you cannot actually manually lock on with the Cyclone unless there's no other units nearby. It is bugged. So, yeah. It's just very, very, very difficult to get the Cyclone to lock on to the just... If I had killed the Viking and been able to pick up and go to the natural, I think the game's already over. So, really, it was all about the Liberator for him. And then this push was just everything. But this was the real miracle. The real miracle on Nate Street. As he comes up the ramp and tries to land his Vikings, I wanted to move my Cyclones forward, but I realized the splash would kill everything in one hit. So, take out those, and then... Oh, hang on. What about him? Does he have his command... Yeah, he selects his command center immediately. This is him, by the way. This is his perspective. He immediately grabs his command center. No scans. No scans. There's nothing he can do. Nothing he could do. He might have been able to save the second tank if he ran it away, but didn't even want that. So that was just absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And at the end of that, I haven't taken my natural yet, but I've got 31 SCVs to 26. He hasn't taken the gas here yet, so it's not a huge deal. Losing the first Banshee because Cloak wasn't ready, that was maybe the most painful part of this game for me. I think that was like the upper limit of pain. Great game though. Let's keep it rolling. Thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate your support. I'm just here to entertain you. We're playing games for another 3.5 hours. Buckle in. Bow down, down. Got another game. Let's go. Just knocking him back today, boys. I'm just knocking him back. Knocking him back. Got a Terran player this game. Terran.
SCV ready. Bad news. I'm going.
I still need to get the cable on my DT770s fixed. I just need to find somebody. I just got to find somebody that I can just mail it to who will take care of it for me at this point. I have no idea what I'm doing. I would probably like to go back to using those headphones if I'm going to use my standalone mic. I'm so scared to like break it though, trying to solder a new cable header or whatever on. That's it. That's the only thing stopping me from using my very nice headset that my dog ripped the cable off of when he was like 6 months old. I think your lip APM is one of your many secrets. I think having a concentrated face when you're stressed or like, you know, expressing like a feeling of stress or exertion. I think any expression of exertion in a serious way will usually get you to do some kind of mouth-face movement. Most people's faces do not sit perfectly still when they are exerting themselves. It may not seem like I'm exerting myself to you, but I am. It takes a lot for me to do this. It does. I just like doing it a lot. That's really about it.
Yes, sir. SCV ready. Big job, huh? You're the boss. Yeah.
I'm a very expressive person. Every mouth movement you see is me thinking about something different. It is one of the ways that I express thinking about lots of different things.
Command center upgrade.
And sometimes it's also like you're in a car and you're turning the wheel, you know, and you kind of grit your face while you're doing like a power turn, you know what I mean? You're doing a power turn and you kind of grit your face. It's kind of like that. It's like that. When the plane is landing, you know, when the plane is landing and you feel like the turbulence while you're coming down and you kind of go like, ah! It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. If you've never competed at a high level, you probably don't have a game face, but that's what my game face looks like.
SCV ready. What? You're the Reaper Man. Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. I'm going out. Bad news. I'm listening. Gas from above.
Add-on complete.
Yeah, I think most people make faces as a natural reaction to heavily exerting themselves. It just happens to be mental exertion, that's all. This is not an easy game. If he has reactored factory, then we go, he does not. Okay, easy.
What's going on?
Ready for dust off.
Well, we don't need to make lots of cyclones, and I don't like doing that, so.
In the rear.
Waiting on you. Let's go.
SCV ready. Yes.
Talk to me.
Huh?
Add-on complete. Add-on complete.
Ready. Light. Big. Light.
Beautiful. I just figured, okay, he's got the Viking. It'll be really hard to do anything, so let's just bring that back, right? Just bring it back. No pressure.
Who wants some? Aye, aye. SCV ready.
Where's the emergency?
You guys have no idea how worked up I get playing this game, too. Even as zen as I've been able to get, like, the adrenaline and stuff is still pretty intense. Still pretty hardcore.
This better be good.
Command center upgrade complete.
Especially, like, the rush of a really good close game. That rush, man, that's one of those things I'm addicted to. It's one of the reasons why I used to have an unhealthy relationship with this game. But it's still probably my favorite part about the game, is getting that rush from playing a crazy game. Damn, just go straight towards it, huh? He just went right there. He just went right there.
SCV ready.
Loud and clear.
Talk to me.
Wow, actually just completely crushed him. Awesome. Why don't you cancel it then? Beautiful.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Jordan, we could use some help here.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Oh my gosh, he got me with the 2 Liberator trick. I'm impressed.
Our SCVs are under attack.
I can't mine anymore, right? I can't do anything. So I think the only move here is I just gotta chill. I just gotta wait. I don't get to mine resources anymore for a little bit this game. I just gotta wait. There's nothing I can do.
I got my ears on.
What's going on? Huh?
Mayday! Mayday!
Oh, he's just turtling now?
SCV ready.
Oh, he's broke. Those Liberators are all he has. That was it. That was like his whole entire game plan. Right there. Okay, well. Glad that's over with. Holy shit, that was annoying. 2 Liberators just absolutely snapped my spine in half like Bane. Brutal.
SCV ready. Who wants eat? This better. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Command Command center upgrade.
Crazy. And he still has like no economy either. That's the other thing to keep in mind too. Worker count was very, very, very low at his bases, so. Yeah, send another. Thank you. I'll build one more for you. Yeah, if you want to make those guys, go for it, please. Once I get my mineral income back up, we should be able to make BCs. It's just not it's just not feasible yet, that's all.
Add-on complete.
This just makes me think we're gonna get Doom dropped in our main.
Are under attack.
Or not. No, I think we're fine. He does not have that much. I don't build static defense because I'm good at StarCraft. Famous last words, brah. Oh, was your turret position horrible? Sorry. From the
In the rear with the gear. Big job. Made for battle.
Talk to me.
Oh yeah. We're pod racing now, boys.
Mineral field depleted.
We're gonna get to 6 BCs, start deleting his bases one by one, and everything will be great. The Marine snipe. Oh yeah, this has been a fun one.
Command center upgrade complete.
Now what?
Mineral field.
Whee! That's right. Stim for that turret, big boy. Pew 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 pew. Let's go send the medevac out of here. Whee! Uh-oh.
Research complete.
Picking up or
Since he's playing bio, we're gonna want building armor as well.
waiting on you.
Who called in the fleet?
There it is. It's kind of what I thought would happen, right? Restart? Restart? You had a great run. You had a great run, man.
Who called in the fleet?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it was as awesome as you say it was back then. Hell yeah,
Waiting
bro.
on you.
No cap.
Bad news.
Yes, Commander.
Big job.
Didn't I tell you guys? Didn't I tell you? I just felt it, man.
Now what?
Didn't I tell you?
SCV ready.
All the cruisers were destroyed. Unbeknownst to the others, Nathanias had made a copy.
Ready for pickup?
SCV ready.
When they learned of this and told him to cast the cruiser into the fire, he betrayed them.
Our SCV's base is under attack.
I love the way that he dove on both my bases at the same time there. That was really like a high engagement moment.
Mineral field depleted.
Yes, Commander.
Well,
What is it?
Upgrade.
what else do I have to put in the medevac? Let's make some mines, I guess. He doesn't want me to expand, right? That's kind of the vibe he's been giving us. So we're gonna leave some guys there that are gonna do nothing but repair.
Patching you. Yes, Commander.
Oh, there it is. Beautiful. Well, he had to pay in blood. What happens now, Padawan?
Our SCVs are under attack.
Oh, that's a lot of Mariners. Let's not fight that clump of units. Thankfully, we have an army that allows us to selectively choose if and or where when otherwise towards we go. Yeah, keep scanning, big boy.
Patch, yes, Commander. What is it?
Oh, he left his tank there. He left his tanks. Oh, he's a very greedy and selfish man. That's what I've learned. That's what I've learned from this game. Very greedy, very selfish.
In the rear with the gear.
Ready. Picking up or dropping off? Heading out.
What is it?
Mineral field depleted.
Yes,
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Okay, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Now he's going to the other base, right? That's his plan.
patching you.
Now he's got to catch my whole army in the middle of the map with no vision, huh? That's what he needs to do. Do you see him reacting in real time to my movements? Funny shit.
Now what?
Vespine geyser exhausted.
What is it? Through. Yes, Commander.
Yeah, he's just weird, man.
Base is under attack.
I'm not even sure if he's trying to win. He just doesn't. He just does not want me to be able to do anything. He's got no economy, hardly any units. I'm gonna assume his upgrades are falling behind, but he is resolute as ever about his prospects. Yeah, he doesn't have a main base either. Yeah, this is how it ends. So I don't have to play, I don't have to play so recklessly with all the cyclones. People seem like they're figuring it out, so now I can mix them in responsibly. And by responsibly, I mean as much as possible without completely throwing every game I play. Completely, anyway. Partially throwing, it keeps things suspenseful. If I win every game too easily, it's not that fun either, so. We need some pressure. I'm on quite a winning streak today, so I'm hoping the pressure mounts and we get some increasingly better opponents. Yeah, when you blow up all their bases, though, that's just tough. That's just tough. He had nothing at home, but all all he was doing was just bouncing between the two places that I take my fourth normally. Notice that he didn't even find that. He never even saw that base. So I'm over here like, how does he know what I'm doing? But then I realized he has nothing in his base. He's just rallying to each of my fourth. He's rallying to 1/4 and he keeps moving his army to the one that he's not rallying towards. It's not a bad way to play. It's not a bad way to play, but if you don't break me and kill me, then usually your life is going to get very difficult. I'm going to take just a quick break, guys. We are 2 hours into the stream. I just need 2 minutes to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Did I win the game? Did I win the game that just ended? Yeah. Yeah, we dominated him. It was awesome. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 2 minutes. Love you. That highlight reel. Once I get that other SSD in, this will all load instantly. We're almost there, boys. Give me Saturday. Give me till Saturday. Yeah, that spinning RPM disc. Not great. All right, we're back. I told you I wouldn't be gone long. Hey, hey. It's your boy. Crushing skulls and taking dubs. Since 1993, baby. You know me. Came out of the womb with a Game Boy. I don't know. The Game Boy wasn't released by 93, right? Was the Game Boy 95? When did... Oh, the original one. We're about to find out. When did the original Game Boy come out? 1989! Holy shit! You know, I actually didn't realize that. I didn't realize the Game Boy was from the 80s. That's kind of cool. Huh. Oh, my opponent left instantly. Another. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Scripted. Is Taylor Swift gonna show up if we win this? Because I think I'm gonna win. All right. Well, I step away for 2 minutes, and all of a sudden, people are putting the ladder on notice. Nathanias is back. Better be careful. Rutrow. Oh no. Oopsie daisies. When did the Game Boy Pocket come out then? Okay. 1996. There you go. Because the original Game Boy was quite expensive, if I recall correctly, right? It was pretty pricey. I think it was pretty pricey in the earlier days. All right, we got a game. No video. Is it just me? Yeah, I don't know. GG, thank you, by the way, Yako. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, Yako. Video's fine? Hell yeah. Yeah, Twitch has been testing some new back-end stuff. I went back to using my normal stuff today, but if you have any issues, just report on the video player. Yeah. My source quality can be a little bit more demanding resource-wise for your system to watch than other source qualities on Twitch, so you can always use like the 720p option as a way to get around that if you want to. Reload working? Awesome. Glad to hear that, Matt. Glad to hear that. I hope you're having a good day. I'm feeling pretty good. We've been playing a lot of great games of StarCraft today. I've been having fun. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Call the police. Activate the sleeper cell. 89 when it came out. First gaming system you bought with your own money. The original Game Boy was less than $100 when it came out. I guess $100 was a lot of money in 1980 though, or 1989. $100 was a shit ton of money back then. No, my first Game Boy was, again, I was born in 93, so my first Game Boy, my dad got me a Game Boy Pocket. I had a Game Boy Pocket. We bought it at Walmart, and it's like, you know, this is like one of those core memories when I think about like my happiness in my life. I don't know if you guys have a lot of like these, or if you guys experience it the same way, but I can close my eyes, I don't even have to, and I can just see it. Like, I just have this scene, and I'm sitting in the cart, I'm sitting in the shopping cart, and my dad's pushing it, and he's like, "You're finally gonna get a Game Boy," because my brother had a Game Boy and I didn't have one, and I was really upset about it. And I'll never forget, because I was like, "Oh, I don't have any games to play," and my dad's like, "All right, Andrew, give him your game," and it was Pokemon. So it was like, he basically, poor Andrew. So anyway, I erased his Pokemon save and started mine. I was probably 3 years old at the time, maybe 4, if that helps. I don't know. That's all I got. No, did I do it again? Yeah, did you see that? Did you see how like the command went to the wrong one? The command went to like the wrong SCV. I gotta look at the replay and see how I did that, because that's definitely not what I want. He's got a bunker at the front too. Must have been traumatizing for Andrew. You know, as the littlest child, I definitely can't understand what his experience was like. You know, we all went through it all so differently, especially everything that happened to us and stuff. So he's usually gotten the shit end of the deal. I think I can admit that.
effort. Drop
Again, you know, he was Alfred when we played Batman and Robin. You know? It's messed up.
Complete.
waiting on you.
What's going on?
Talk to me.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
That got a little intense. Got a little sweaty there. I lost control. Sorry. Whew.
Optics online. SCV
Let's get that medevac home, huh? Let's get that dankavac home. I thought it was weird that he caught my Reapers on the bottom right side of the map and he didn't actually have any stuff. He didn't push me, even though there was nothing in my base. When he had the 2 Reapers and the Hellion in the bottom right, I just kind of assumed that at that moment he would probably go for it, if that makes sense.
Waiting on you. There's the emergency.
big job. Bandit. SCV.
Oh damn! Look at that though. Yeah, he's caught everything. I'm just gonna GG. First loss of the day, but you know what? I mean, that guy might as well have been cheating with the way he played, so I'm not even gonna worry about it. I'm gonna dodge him, and then we'll go next. Yeah, that's the only game he played today. He probably sniped us. Let's just give him a minute. Terrible, terrible damage. Yeah. The drop went really well, but he got, you know, he made it too obvious. He made it too obvious he was watching. That was the second time he just caught my units in the middle of the map. No scout, by the way. No SCV scout. He didn't Reaper scout. He just waited, right? He suicided his Reaper in and just left it there. He didn't even try to move it around my base. Some people just make it a little too obvious. All right, we got a Protoss.
Go ahead. Huh? SCV ready. Gotcha. Yes, sir. SCV ready.
Matchup TVP. Okay. Let's do it.
SCV ready. Yeah. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Bad news.
Our SCVs are under attack.
SCV ready. Huh? What's going on? SCV ready. Ah! Ah! You scared me. Go ahead. Ah! You scared me.
Let's see what we got outside our base. See what we got. Oh, he brought it back. Grazie. Might as well just get that depot out of the whizzy way.
What's going on? Got something for me to kill. SCV ready. Come to Grand Reaper has arrived. Got something. SCV ready.
I don't think he proxied me or anything. It would be really tough for him to have a pylon that probe was running away from or towards while it was being, you know, poked down by the SCV, and then the Reaper got it as soon as the Reaper was done. So really did not feel like there was much opportunity there for him to have hidden anything, but I've seen stranger things than that, so.
What's it worth? Oh, that's all?
And I've seen, you know, all the way up to 5 seasons or whatever. Eh.
SCV ready. Done. All right. Certainly. What's it worth?
Really, I'm still struggling with the fact that Walking Dead is coming back. You can really tell. You can really tell when all the people that quit the TV shows that they were like, these shows have been going on for too long, and those people are coming back to the shows. I can't think of a bigger sign of confidence. I can't think of a bigger sign of confidence than that. Everybody who ever quit a popular show because it became their whole entire lives is going back to it now. You know, there's almost nothing left that isn't going to be remade or cashed back. Yeah, man. Well, it's not. Walking Dead isn't coming back. There's another show. They don't end storylines. They don't complete character arcs. Silly goose. That's not how they do it.
Ready to pick up? Somebody, get me out of this mess. Ready to roll out.
SCV ready.
No, they've got like 5 different shows now, right? They got The Walking Dead. They got Fear the Walking Dead. They got The Walking Dead, Dead City. They got The Walking Dead, Daryl in France. Now they got Walking Dead, The Ones Who Live. Then I'm pretty sure they're going to end up doing like a sponsorship deal with George Foreman Grill, and it'll be Walking Dead, The Ones That Grill. It'll just never end. And then eventually they'll find a way to kill off all the characters only to reveal that they were actually cloned or some shit. They'll make a whole entire season that's like a hallucination where all the main characters finally die. And then they'll just reveal at the end. They'll be like, ha, they were all actually doing ayahuasca with Aaron Rodgers the whole time. It's like, wow, guys, great twist. Really appreciate it. Appreciate it, you know, just fantastic storytelling on display here. He's suddenly very paranoid. He didn't get a scout. He didn't really get to see what we were up to, but... Okay, there we go. I guess that was his first attempt at knowing what's going on in this game. It's tough, right? If the Cyclone drop fails, then moving out or pushing him becomes like just the most painstakingly grueling thing. It is so hard to get early damage on Protoss when they rush the shield battery like that too. He had that shield battery up in all of his bases extremely fast. I'm gonna guess everything he has is just waiting for these 2 Banshees too. Right? Think about how passively he's been playing. He's sitting there. What do you even do in that kind of situation? Gotta try and hit him at like 3 different angles at once. I guess.
Dropping off. Somebody, get me out of this mess. SCV ready.
I got my ear.
Yeah, he's just ready for it, right? It's kind of what we expected. Oh,
Research
man.
complete.
Is that my latency? It doesn't seem too bad. Maybe I'm just feeling it a little more today. Not very good. Not very good at all. He's just on it, man. He's just on it. He's just done nothing but sit in his base and just wait for me to throw shit at him. So, it's a very effective strategy because, yeah, I don't know. I guess now we just have to bore ourselves to death to beat him. Maybe that's what he wants. He just wants us to be miserable playing this game.
SCV ready. In the rear with give us your best.
Yeah, he's got the observer right on top of my army too, right there.
SCV ready.
Mineral field completed.
SCV ready.
But he might hesitate. He might hesitate a little bit to do anything like too crazy.
Completed. Mineral field completed.
Yeah, I think just the way that he blind countered us, you know, there just wasn't really any opportunity for us to do anything. Terran versus Protoss is the hardest matchup in the game, so that's not really a surprise. I'm gonna wait for him to queue up though, because he hasn't lost a game on this account in 3 weeks. I don't see a single loss in his whole record, so I'm not playing against him again. I'm not interested in that. If he's that good, let him play the pros or whatever. I'm looking for somebody that's got like a closer win rate to mine, you know, like a 50-50. I'd like to play a competitive game. If this keeps happening, we'll just go to the Americas server and see if we can find some other people to play against. As soon as he's in game, I'll queue up. I'll let you guys know when. And if you want proof, if you think I'm lying to you, just ask and I'll pull the game up. All right, he's in a game. All right, we got a Protoss player.
Go ahead, huh? What's big job? Bad. What's big job?
If he plays like that, it's probably not possible to get a third base, right?
SCV ready.
So maybe I just have to do like a 2-base transition into like battle cruisers or something. And that way even if I can't win, we can do something a little more fun. But when he just turtles like that, when the first thing he makes in the whole game is a shield battery, it's like there's just not really any opportunity for there to be fun in the game. Like maybe I could beat him, sure, but I'd have to play like a crazy long slow game where I never get to move out or damage him, so it just wouldn't really be enjoyable. I don't like playing those kinds of games.
SCV ready. In the rear. Let's go. SCV ready. Hear me. Big job, huh? SCV ready. Yes, sir. Yep. What's up, big? Go ahead.
Command center upgrade complete.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. SCV ready.
No scout, by the way. 99% of the time means some kind of proxy or cheese.
Yes, and
But there are no good Protoss players in this planet that don't scout, so there's not a single one.
yep.
It's one of the most obvious tells. There it is. There's the cheese. Probably, what, Void Rays? Probably gonna be Void Rays. Yeah. I think this is one of those guys that doesn't want to play, right? He's probably gonna have like a Void Ray or something. Yeah. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess he probably doesn't want to play the game. There's probably a bunch of stuff here. If that's the case, I just want you guys to know, I'm just gonna leave the game. I don't play that shit. I ain't got time for that in my life. Or maybe not. Maybe he's not that good. What do you guys think? Tempest probably, right? What else do people in this situation do, really? Kind of just has to be Tempest.
Channel's clear, boss. This better be good. Ah! You scared me. Huh? You got coordinates or what?
How can we help? Moving in.
Oh man, the moment I moved that, even the teeniest bit, that's unfortunate, man. Wow. That's pretty awesome, actually.
Ready to blunder. Made for battle.
That should not be possible. I can't believe that. Can't believe that. Liberator. I can't believe the Widow Mine survived that, too.
Fight or flight. Sticks online. Let's go kill something. Trent, you ready for war?
Base is under attack.
Ready to blunder. Made for battle. Channel's clear, boss.
Command
Transformation system.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Yeah, bro. Nice try. Yay. Well, like I said, kind of a boring, uninteresting game, but there's a lot of people out there that would rather do this than play StarCraft, so we have to put up with it. We have to put up with it. All right. When did he build it, I guess? I don't think it was possible to scout it with the Reaper, right? That was why he did that. That's why he did that build that way. Because as soon as the Reaper finishes, the Zealot is already at your base, so... As soon as the Reaper finishes, the Zealot is already at your base, so there's just not really... You literally can't scout this build. It's crazy. It's crazy. I felt like the Liberator, if you tried to push the ramp, I was thinking put the mines up front for the Void Ray trying to target the Liberator, and then the Liberator should be able to deal with the Stalkers. But of course, the 2 seconds in the whole game I tried to adjust the Liberator is exactly when he pushed up the ramp. My timing is always horrible. It really is. It really is. Yeah, things worked out. I didn't get to play the game I wanted, but I think I entertained some people online, so it's probably worth it. I was ready to leave the game immediately, but when I killed like 5 of his probes with a Reaper, I realized he was bad, so that would be not really a good thing to do. Once I realized I wouldn't really have to work for it, I lost my disinterest.
What's going on?
This is the Hasu clan. They're really, really, really big. It's actually one of the biggest German StarCraft clans. It's called Hasu because they're all really big fans of Hasuobs, who was a really famous German Protoss player back in the day. So you've got this whole entire clan, and their whole entire thing is that everybody in the clan has like posters of Hasuobs on their wall, and they all aspire to be the best Protoss players in the world. That's why he's a Protoss. There are some Terrans and Zergs in the clan because obviously not everybody who plays Protoss are all of Hasuob's fans, but a lot of them are Protoss. Fun fact, little deep dive into StarCraft ladder lore for you. You played a game where a Protoss player with a mothership told you to scan the middle of the map? Did you? Did you scan? What happened? You gonna leave us with a cliffhanger like that, bro? Did you scan the middle of the map? What was there? Was there anything there? Spill the tea. You didn't scan the middle of the map? Oh my gosh. So, I mean, even retroactively, this is like still a kind of a Schrodinger situation. We can never really be sure what was in the middle of the map in that game, huh? As long as you never find the game and look it up to prove us wrong, it could literally have been anything. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing about life.
What's going on? Yeah. Yo.
But I loved your last game. All right, I got you. Sometimes I gotta remember, even if those games aren't fun for me, you guys like probably still get a rush watching Cheese be beaten. I've played over 20,000 hours of StarCraft, so for me, Cheese is like, it's kind of just a bore. It's like taxes. It's like, yeah, I know I can't avoid it, but they suck anyway. Yeah, blah blah blah. We need it, but like at the same time, I'm like, eh. I understand that it's important for the, for the functioning of society, but at the same time, wait. Just let me whine while I do my civic duty, okay?
You want something? The grin.
A little bit? Diet wine? Like 10 calories?
SCV ready. Oh, yeah.
It's a necessary evil, right?
In the rear. Fear the Reaper, man. What's it worth? SCV ready. Optics online. Let's go.
Boxed wine. I haven't had boxed wine in a little bit. Katie and I are pretty big fans of this local Cabernet. Local, I don't know where it's from. It's called Horse Heaven Hills. They have it at Caskell. But they also have it at Bartell Drugs, so we can get it. We can get it near, and we can get it. Well, Costco's really not that far either, so it's more or less on the table at all times, really.
Systems go. Cyclone. Certainly. Done. Let SCV ready.
Ready for dust off. Waiting on you.
Add-on.
This better be good. SCV ready.
And hypothetically, while I get these tanks, if I ever decide I want to change this build again, an easy adjustment would be I could get Magfield right now, or I could get the Hurricane thrusters, the speed. I could go straight into Cyclone speed. I don't personally think that there's much to gain because they're not really viable for like full game composition unit type situations, but just an observation perhaps.
Waiting on you.
This is the beauty of it too, because he's going Blink as his follow-up, right? But what am I doing? Getting friggin' tanks, bro. I'm getting tanks. That's fair. That's fair. You know what? You know what? They say it takes a bit of magic. It takes a bit of magic for those wings to fly, all right? You can file all that cheese as losses in your tax returns. Oh, okay, actually. I can write off my MMR losses? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. The volume of MMR transactions I've conducted in the last year. Oh boy. Oh boy. The biggest weakness of doing this style is that I don't actually have much in the way of mobile defense. So in a hypothetical situation where he would be trying to make a big push or get like a warp prism into my main, I don't really have anything that's fast enough to catch that or deal with that. Nice. The depots are killing me the most, just like old times. You love the glow effect today? Thanks, bro.
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, I've been working on all sorts of different things for it. I can set it up. I can set it up to be anything. Anything I can create on OBS can be the glow effect. So that means quite literally could be anything. And I mean anything.
field depleted.
Sure thing.
Holla back. Weapons hot.
Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready.
Turbines to full. Mayday, mayday.
Yeah, he's just going mass stalkers, huh?
Add-on complete.
That's all he's gonna do is mass nothing but stalkers this game, huh? That's tough. There's not a lot I can do about that.
Huh? What's going on? Yeah. Go ahead.
Loud and clear.
Go ahead.
I got my ears on.
Not a lot. The thing is, Hasuabs was like also known for being like a kind of famous turtley Protoss. So that's the other thing. If you want to be in the Hasu clan, you have to be a turtle like this guy. He's just following the rules of his organization, that's all. Can't blame him. Oh, he's going into carriers too. That's amazing. That's what I like to see. It's the best possible thing that could happen right now. Literally the best possible thing that could happen. Let's hope he keeps doing that.
Waiting on you.
Yeah, I think he thinks we're playing mech.
Huh? You gonna get armed and go, go. This better be.
That's how you know these guys aren't cheating though, because like you would think if anybody was ever gonna do that, they would just go Tempest. But anybody who builds carriers, it's like one of the most you're definitely not doing anything sus if you're building carriers. They are not very good against this playstyle.
Center up.
If he gets them early enough with like really good upgrades, they can be good. But that's kind of the whole thing. I'm not in that situation. I went for double upgrades very early on. I've got 3 on the way. Really, the only thing I needed earlier was my 3rd base. But he led me to believe he wanted to do a blink all in, so that was just kind of tough. He made it seem like that's how this game was gonna end. But I'm gonna have Yamato 2-2 and like 6 BCs 6-7. I think really the only thing I have left to deal with now is just. If I can get a 4th, that would be great. I don't think I'm gonna get a 4th in this game. I don't think it's possible. Remember, as scary as my army may have ever seemed during this game, I only have 3. I only have like 5 tanks. I only have 5 tanks here. He's got a 4 base economy, so he can build a lot more than I can. I'm gonna need to win this game mostly on the fact that battle cruisers are way better than carriers. That's it. That's what moves the needle here. He's gonna push us. I'm gonna teleport into his base and try and just kneecap him like I do. That's the strategy.
Complete.
That's the strategy. Is BC the best unit in the game? Hell yeah, man.
Completed.
I say so. Yeah, this is all he does, right? He's playing very, very passive. He wants it though, right? He wants carriers.
I'm going.
He wants the carrier versus BC. I'm not gonna worry about getting my +3 yet, because
Mineral field.
as important as that is, I think we're at the part where I just want to have as many battle cruisers as I can for the first fight.
Bad news? Huh?
command center upgrade.
Well, I'm not going to get a better opportunity than that.
Course laid in.
Mineral field completed. Command center upgrade complete. Mineral field completed.
Damn. That's nuts.
Our SCVs are
I think we lose 100% there. But you know what? That was kind of awesome, too.
That's
kind of awesome. I think this is one of those situations where there was just nothing I was going to be able to do, right? If he had that many. It was worth trying. It was worth trying. I think that was the best timing that we were going to have, but I didn't stop him from building more units during the fight. And because of that, I think this game is over. I need to get 3-3 now, which means skipping 2 battlecruisers worth of production. So that puts us in an extremely bad spot.
Geyser exhausted.
You scared me.
All we can really do now is just dump our minerals into more BCs and just hope he forgets what just happened. Redundant cybernetics? I mean, he probably built a second one when he was going for air units, right? If you think about it from his perspective, the most logical thing to do if he's going to build air units is to get upgrades for them. So if getting upgrades is logical, then it stands to reason that he would probably want to get more upgrades, especially since his strategy is focused around maxing out, right? I think we can all agree. So if you take into account all of the different variables that would impact his ability to play or play the situation out, then it's actually pretty clear. It's pretty clear quickly. Yeah, that this is over. It's over. It's pretty clear quickly that you would want to have a second cybernetics core, because that's the only way that you could get those upgrades, if you know what I mean. Like, you literally would not be able to get those upgrades without the cybernetics core. So that's really it. That's really all I have to say. That's really all I have to say. Did you check what happened with your Reaper control in the last game? Oh, no. Usually, if I say something during the game, it's like out of frustration or just the tip of my tongue, but I don't actually care about any of that stuff. I'm not worried about it. I'm just waiting for that guy to queue up because I don't want to play him again. All right, he's in game. I imagine if I rematched him, he would just do the same thing except go Tempest, and then there'd be really no possible way we could win. How many Yamatos to kill a Tempest? 2. But you don't build BCs versus Tempest. It does not work. You need to have like somewhere in the realm of like 23 to win. I tried to push him with just 10, but he had a little bit more. He had a little bit more than I thought he would. I think he had like 14 carriers. When I mentioned him having 4 bases and that giving him more income, like the 2 extra geysers and the 8 mineral patches, that enabled him to build like 4 or 5 more carriers than I had BCs, and that's why I lost. So you can really see the economy just kind of decides TVP in general. It's very, very, very hard to do much to Protoss if they decide to sit back and build like batteries and cannons. So there's just not much I could have done that game because he just turtled, right? It's just not a lot you can do. He rushed Blink and then stayed in his own base and just never did anything else. It's like there's nothing I could have possibly done. Send in a Widow Mine, he's just sitting there with observers and stalkers. Send in a Banshee, I did. He was just sitting there with observers and stalkers. So, what do? Do a Marine drop with Stim? Yeah, he was sitting there with observers and stalkers and a battery. It's not really much you can do at all if that's how he wants to play. You just have to expand the bunch and just eat the map. And maybe I could have done that since he was so passive, but I just got bored and that's why I killed myself by attacking him. It's just a game. None of it is real. I'm not gonna play a 30-minute game just because he doesn't want to interact with me. It's not a very fun way to spend my free time.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
What? Big job. Huh? Big job. SCV ready. Bed. In the rear with
Storm in Silver League? Yeah, I imagine that. All the AoE is very good, right? The lower you go. I think that just kind of naturally makes sense. This year's going to be interesting. Yeah. You know, the interesting thing really for StarCraft, again, is like the esports industry on its own has completely died. Like, all of the good jobs are gone. Everybody's been fired. Some stuff still exists, but it's all been given to ESL as contract work, which means nobody in the industry is full-time employed anymore. Nobody in the industry has any benefits or rights. ESL doesn't even hire casters full-time, so now every single person in the entire space is a contractor. I don't know if you guys follow the news, but pretty much every company is completely imploded in this industry in the last like year and a half, but I think it was this week or yesterday or even today, at some point very recently, everybody at Blizzard got fired. All the COD people are gone, the Overwatch people are gone, the biggest, best, and brightest. But that's just what's happened now. Nobody wants to spend money on these projects because they don't really care to see them through. And even though ESL doesn't make money on these projects, now they have an infinite source of money to fund all of these events anyway, so who cares? And that's where we are. That's where we're at. As long as nobody has any moral quandaries with them owning the entire industry, they are the industry now. So, StarCraft is one of the chosen games. I think you guys will be fine. People in StarCraft will complain because they're very spoiled, and they still are and always have been. But almost every other game and every other scene and space is completely died. Like, super dead. Like, never coming back dead. So, you guys are worried about going from like 13 to 5 tournaments, but most other games literally get nothing now. So, it's still a pretty good time to be a StarCraft fan. There are probably more dead games now than there were games that were more popular than SC2 when people were like at peak whining. But yeah, you guys don't really realize it. Maybe viewers haven't completely caught on to it yet. But esports as a concept is it's cooked. Absolutely, everybody is out except the guys that don't need to make money.
Talk to me. Now what?
Add-on complete.
The truth is, nobody wants to pay to watch online internet streams. And the other truth is, game developers just don't see the value in trying to provide an incentive for people to watch their stuff. So, You just have an endless cascading chain of project managers that are incapable of doing anything, and they fail their way up and eventually get a parachute somewhere, retire, and that's it. Everybody else gets told to take a walk. It's tough, man. Nobody in my agency gets work anymore, just like the top 2 or 3 people. This is brutal. We got a lot of people out there. There's just nothing going on. It's hard to talk about esports with StarCraft people because you guys are just so completely disconnected from reality. Which is a good thing. You still get tournaments, but there's not anything to say. StarCraft 2 is one of, if not the biggest esport now. That's like what people don't realize.
Research complete.
The only games that really exist now are like StarCraft, PUBG. What are the other games that the Esports World Championship is doing? Those games. Everything else is super dead.
Command center upgrade.
Yeah. The big games with first party support are the only ones left, yeah. But those guys are also handing off their stuff to ESL. So they're not running their own stuff anymore, which means again, it's just everybody's contractors. We're not making any progress. There was a good amount of time where people were getting actually hired to do stuff full time and be a part of the shows and whatnot. But we've regressed. We've regressed pretty heavily towards that not really being the case anymore, so.
Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack.
What do you even do? What even happens here, right? What even happens? Just try and block it off with like the barracks and the reactor. I can't really do anything else. Yeah, that's just awkward, man.
Call the ball. SCV ready.
Receiving. Done and done.
Yeah, he had no gas. He couldn't make stalkers. He couldn't make stalkers. Bro, what are these games today? What is this? Am I in Aaron Rodgers ayahuasca den? What? What an... Yeah, it's nuts. The quality of the industry declines so quickly. Well, if you guys want to know the real deets, what the insider people generally believe, esports is something amazing because it looks beautiful to market. Everybody loves a packed stadium. Everybody loves a crowd. The biggest problem is that all the people who came up with the really cool ideas that didn't have to figure out the monetization part, they all cashed in, sold out and left, and then everything that was sold off to the money man, to the financial people, to the business people, they have absolutely no clue why people like video games because they don't play video games. They're not gamers. They don't watch Twitch streams. They don't understand what it is that somebody enjoys about watching somebody else play a game. They just look at it and they say, well, let's package this up real nice like everything else that we package up and sell. And people will just eat that shit up. But it's not the NFL where you're born into a family that says, you're going to watch this for the rest of your life because we did. And you don't really need any other reason. It's video games. Like, the amount of vertical integration that just never took place because of the most asinine reasons is truly astounding. It's legendary. It really is. It really is. It wouldn't have taken much effort to do what Valve did. Valve had it number one. Valve crushed it out of the park at the very beginning because they were able to put on one of the biggest esports circuits in the world. And they didn't have to spend a fucking dime. They didn't have to spend $1. You know why? Because they actually planned their business strategy around supporting it in a way that wouldn't look bad on their books. Also privately owned company, so nobody there has any reason to tank them internally and tell some hedge fund guy to short them before the news comes out. So, potato, potato. Potato, potato. A bunch of passionate people put together stuff that people loved. Then those people sold out to big corporations, all got acquired, and the corporations dismantled them and fired everybody. That is quite literally what happened. There's no reason why MLG couldn't have continued to exist. They didn't have to get bought by Blizzard. Or maybe they did. Maybe we don't know. That would be really insane to me. But their story all the way up to that point was really cool about how they were able to push themselves along and support themselves and get sponsors for their events and hire people and pay people and have a national circuit, become a household name. Even people that don't play video games. There's a decent amount. You say something MLG, they're like, oh, the gamers. You know, they had a household recognized brand in gaming. And what did they do? They got bought by somebody else because they got promised some lofty bullshit. And then an executive one day said, oh yeah, there's no reason for this to exist. Video games are dumb. They're for kids. And then MLG's gone forever. Bye-bye. Just like that. It's wild. It's wild. But the truth is there's nobody running anything anymore that hasn't sold out. So there is potential for it to come back. The proof of concept is there. People like watching online video game competitions, especially when they're well produced, supported by in-game actions and communities. And of course, when there's a general collective goal to make something awesome. There's no reason you can't find a way to make money off of selling something that people want. But the smart people, the entrepreneurs, the trailblazers, most of them were people that were living at a tiny ass apartments and never thought they'd make money off games. So can you blame the CEO for selling out and getting to retire on a beach somewhere for the rest of his life? That was his life dream. Some CEOs stay on and just continue to make things worse forever. At least you can imagine that they're at peace now. But yeah, that happened to everybody. Everybody sold out. And all the people running stuff just have no idea what they're doing. Or in their words, we tried everything and nothing worked. All of us collectively, we were all the best people that could have had our jobs. It was an impossible task. It was an impossible task. Are you kidding me? Video games? Video games? Who cares about video games? It's only the single largest media market in the entire earth. Video games only generate more revenue than music and movies combined. But who cares? Who cares? It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. You just assume anybody over the age of, like, I don't know, 40, I guess, at this point, just doesn't ever play games. At least all the people at these companies. It's hard to imagine somebody being 30 years old and not having the awareness of gaming culture to bungle that badly. Just need another generation or two to move through, I guess. Yeah, probably. It'll help. Even if they don't like games, they'll at least be very aware of them. The industry is owned by megacorps now? Well, not really. There's only one company that's doing esports on a large scale that doesn't own a game. And they are backed, you know, they're backed by Saudi Arabian oil money, so they'll never run out. But most of the people in the industry, again, these people weren't like, you know, it's not like the talent was retained at these companies. Everything is gone. Like, it's just gone. There's no parts that were stripped at that point. They all just got completely shut down.
Add-on complete.
So I think that there's definitely opportunity long term for it's gonna be like anything else though. And this is why zooming out is a really important thing to do in your life occasionally, because I know that all of this sounds very big and scary, but I would also like to remind you that every other major industry that relies on any kind of outside investment capital to exist, those are all eating shit right now. There is not a lot of money to go around in general. So, on one hand, it's some of the factors that we've discussed. On the other hand, it's just the general, you know, the general state of the economy. If we get to the point where interest rates ever come down, which of course is gonna, you know, until prices come down, that can't really happen. And as we all know, that's not going to happen. So they've got that time bomb to figure out themselves. But it's definitely an issue. It's definitely an issue. And just to be clear, I know some of you guys are a little sensitive like me, so I just like to remind you that if you're watching a 30-year-old guy play video games and you are 40, and I mentioned that a lot of people maybe 40 or above have never played games, I hope you know that I'm obviously not talking about you guys, okay? You're here. I would be shocked if you told me you didn't like video games and you're just hanging out here because you like my music or you think I'm hot. That would be, I mean, I would blush, but I would also be shocked.
Talk to me.
You're just messing around? Okay.
Life flight? Talk to me.
The only people here that I ever want to accidentally upset, you know, are bigots, racists, etc., etc. I think we can all agree there's nothing wrong with making those people feel uncomfortable. That's about it. That's where I try to keep the bar.
I got my ears on.
Waiting on you.
Yeah?
Research complete.
Engine screaming.
He's just flying that thing around my base willy-nilly.
Command center upgrade complete.
Receiving. Weapons.
Life flight?
Holla back. Done and done. Get messy. Inbound.
Oh, this just filthy. Filthy.
Waiting on you.
Nandayo. What I really love too is that I made it clear my tanks were exposed like all game, and he never even tried, never even made a pass at my tanks. Yeah, that's the beauty of doing it like this, bro. That's the beauty.
This better be good.
Ready to pick up?
Now I send out the next Banshee and then cloak it when he tries to attack it, and we just rinse and repeat for a little bit here.
SCV ready.
Add-on.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted.
Almost feel bad for him. Almost.
Mineral field depleted.
In the rear with the gear. Huh? Roger.
Let's get Yamato. I know the supply's kind of been an issue. I wasn't sure if I was going to need scans for vision, though, on my tanks. This guy's in hell? Oh, yeah. I mean, this is just... I mean, he must be a stunt double, because he's really good at getting the shit kicked out of him, you know what I mean?
Taking out and dropping off. Here's the stuff. Somebody, get me out of this mess.
I mean, wait till he realizes I've got battle cruisers, you know? I think that's gonna be... That might be his coming to God moment.
What's going on?
Who called in the fleet?
Mineral field depleted.
Yep.
Wow, wow. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-dum.
Oh, really?
It's like they say, Party Rock is in the house tonight.
Big job, huh? Yes, sir.
There's no reason to leave your base till you have Yamato, Nate. I know you want to go. I want to just move across the map and die. Well, now you have Yamato. Go do it. See? Look at that. Teeniest bit of patience. Well, if I had left my base when I wanted to, it still wouldn't have mattered. We're not here to score points, Nathan. We're here to be kind to ourselves. I'm trying. Lord, I'm trying.
Is under attack.
What's going on?
Well,
Huh?
well,
You guys know how hard it is to do that weekend dance, the popular vibe, man? That's tough. That's tough. That's tough dance. Almost thought I was gonna tear my Achilles Aaron style trying to practice that one the other day. That's tough. That's just damn. I'm just some people stay in the games and they fight it out. They fight it out, right? They fight it out. He's throwing hands. He's throwing hands. He's giving it everything he's got, and then the battle cruisers are in his base. That's just brutal. I don't even like StarCraft. I'm here for the synthwave and the dog. Hell yeah. Exactly. 3 seconds after he saw the battle cruisers. Yeah, brutal, brutal. Now, you can usually tell when they have a ninja base. Usually you can tell. But the timing of his natural, like the way that TVT flows, it's very hard to get away with that. Because here's the other thing. Do you guys remember what I said is the #1 reason why this map pool has given us a lot of low quality games? The number one thing about this map pool that generates bad games is the fact that every single base is on the edge of the map. Every base is on the edge. They're all on the edge. Where could he take a ninja base? If I send my Banshee round the outside, I'm going to see every base. If I send a Liberator around the outside, I'm going to see every base. It's as simple as that. You just go in a line. Boom, boom, boom. You hardly have to do any work to scout a hidden base in this map pool because The maps are all very, very, very... It's like, you know, they're good looking, but the layouts of them, it's like people just kind of playing around with crayons on a restaurant kids menu. But there's not really any bases in the middle of the map that you can take anywhere or hide anywhere. So I'm never really worried about that. As long as all the bases are wrapped around the edge of the map, it's very easy. It's extremely easy to see everything. You're worried about the ninja, but I actually already scouted for it like 5 times in that game because I hit him from both directions. So he never had a chance to hide anything. You also notice when I make my first 2 Reapers, I always send them around. I send them around the entire map at the beginning, no matter what my opponent's doing. Just in case. It's never a bad move. It's hard to do when I get proxied or like when the guy does the zealot rush thing, but it's not an every game occurrence either, so it's a little easier to play around a little bit. GG, thank you. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. I appreciate it. Magic Turtle in YouTube chat has a question. He says, "Hey Nate, what's the third RTS coming out this year that you're most excited for besides Stormgate and Zero Space?" I think those are the only 2 games I'm looking at right now. I don't know if there are other RTS games coming out, but I'm not aware of them. This year, the biggest games that I want to be streaming, like when the year is over, what is like the primary game we're playing here? I want it to be a mix of Stormgate and Zero Space. I want to just be playing them both. And hopefully still StarCraft. But, you know. If I could make more people play StarCraft right now, then I wouldn't really have to worry about that, right? So that's just reality kind of a thing.
This is crazy. What's going on?
Is he doing the Zealot thing, do you think? Is he doing the Zealot? He's gonna give me a proxy Zealot. Is he the Hasu guy? He likes me, thinks I'm cute, probably.
Big job, huh?
Yeah, but why? Now you spent 25 minerals for nothing, and that arouses me. Sorry, guys, had to be honest about it. Oh, yeah, see? Straight up. Yeah, let's do it, man. Yeah, that's fine. All right. I don't think this guy wants to play. I'm going to ask chat permission to leave this game. I don't want to play this game. I will let you guys make me if you want. But this... I don't really see any way we get to battle cruisers or 2 or 3 bases. I just don't. I don't think it's possible. Are you guys okay if I just leave? I really don't see any way that this gets interesting. So I'm just okay. Thank you. I'm just. There's not really anything to gain from playing that out. Hey, he's also unranked, so that was definitely the correct move. We're gonna dodge him so we don't have to rematch him, and then I'll search after. But he was playing unranked, so I don't really think that was a very trustworthy barcode opponent either. Thank you. If I thought I could get to BCs or Cyclones or anything fun, I would stick it out. But yeah, barcode unranked cannon rushing. I mean. What says daddy issues more than that? Homeworld 3. I don't know what that is, but nice. Enjoy, man. If ranked can queue into unranked, can you gain or lose ranked MMR in that situation? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. If you think about it, the MMR pool actually gets reduced by unranked players beating ranked players, because the total cumulative amount of MMR in the ranked pool decreases when a ranked player loses to unranked. This is one of the reasons why the league borders are so fucky, because a lot of people play only unranked, or they like snipe people with unranked or do weird cheese or map hacks, etc. So that's one of the reasons why the leagues are so weird, because as the number of players decreases, the percentage of players that are playing unranked becomes a larger portion, even if it doesn't necessarily grow on its own, and you get stuff like that. So because of that, there's a incredibly wide spread on MMR, and yeah, it's one of those things. It's just one of those things that becomes more of an issue as less people play the game. That's about it. But typically you wouldn't run into a lot of unranked players. But these days there's a lot of people who only play unranked because they just want to get in your butt. And that unranked guy is he's still searching for a game, so I'm waiting for him to queue up before we search, if you guys are cool with that. I don't want a rematch against him. Oh, they announced Death Stranding 2 today? That's awesome. I gotta check that out. All right, the barcode is in a game. We're good. We can queue. Late macro. That's what I want. That's what I want. I like macro games, but there's a lot less people that like to macro these days compared to the old days, you know? That's the tough thing. The player base, right? It gets increasingly diluted towards like the most hardcore types that will never stop playing. So you start to, eventually every game becomes versus someone who has like one thing that they do. On a long enough time frame, that's where we're headed. But I think we'll probably get some positive news from Microsoft, at least in the next 2 years. My time frame is 2 years maybe before we get news after this, the way this week's played out. But so probably won't hear anything this year, but maybe next year. Apparently, yeah. Yeah, they had to halt more banks today too. Yeah, I wouldn't be expecting investments into anything till probably next year. Any thoughts on the new Blizzard president? I don't know her and I don't care to know her. If she makes something good, I'll congratulate her. Until then, I don't give a shit. The last person said they were going to do good stuff too. All they did was fire people and make things worse. I'll let her speak with her actions.
Big job, huh?
But have I ever met her? No, I never met her when I was working with Blizzard.
What's going on, huh? Bad news?
She's from the Activision side, so she worked on Call of Duty. So I don't think she ever was at Blizzard.
SCV ready.
We got a Zerg player this game. Need new blood in this game? Well, if they don't develop for it, you got to keep in mind, right? There's a non-zero amount of people that saw that the entire pro scene is completely funded by Saudi Arabia now, and there's probably some people that quit because of that. And then there's probably people that quit because Blizzard doesn't update the game anymore. You know, StarCraft 2 hasn't been bug-free since Nathanias was casting. It's been a long time. I imagine a lot of people quit in the last year because of the bugs that Protoss had, the bugs Terran has, the bugs that Zerg had. I'm not sure if Zerg had many bugs, but I think they had one or two. And then, of course, Protoss. Protoss has had multiple bugs ever since the very first big patch that they did last January with the Colossus. And that bug didn't even show itself for like 2 months, and then it just happened out of nowhere. Like, stuff like that affects the player base much more than anybody is willing to admit. If there's any reason why I wouldn't be, like, people wouldn't want me to be involved, it's because I don't lie about this kind of stuff, but I'm also right, so.
Our SCVs are under attack.
But that's the other problem with StarCraft, is everybody is so afraid to admit that things aren't super great, that because of that, no discussion happens, and it's mostly just an echo chamber of people saying how great everything is over and over again, and that's it. Which is fine, but it's not the most attractive thing to most people. I'm sure a lot of people would have been excited if there was like an effort to respond to the community feedback last year, you know? When they first announced that patch. That crazy Nathanias guy said Protoss wouldn't win anything all year after that patch. You remember how everybody shit on him when he said that? I remember that. It was good times. It was good times. And then Protoss, for the first time ever, did not win a single event all year. But don't worry, guys. There were a million excuses for that, too. There were a million excuses for that, too.
Command center upgrade.
Now, Blizzard doesn't update the game anymore, but ESL can submit changes to them that they put in, so they just send a file to the guy at Blizzard, and the dude at Blizzard just uploads it into the game. Blizzard themselves don't do anything. ESL is managing everything left with StarCraft 2 at this point.
Complete.
If you need more proof of that, you can look at the Overwatch World Championship announcement and look at who's running that. All the people that got fired so they can be replaced by contractors.
Big job. Go ahead. What's going on?
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy?
People are like, I can't believe they'd fire Zoe. Zoe's the best. How are they put Zoe on the announcement for the Overwatch World Championship Series. How could they fire her? I'm like, guys, they have no intention of her not being a part of the... They have zero intention of her not being a part of the event. That's not why you get fired. It's not why you get fired working in on-camera talent or production.
What's going on? Ready to roll out.
They know that there's nowhere else that you can work except for them now. They're the only people left. You either hold your hands out and say thank you, or there's nothing. So she probably will be working on Overwatch League, just not the way that she wanted. Which blows. But it'd be a lot cheaper to pay her like $1,000 a broadcast day, right? Rather than a salary and benefits, healthcare. What is she gonna do? Say no and get replaced by some rando on Reddit that'll do it for free? Nah. Whoa. This guy's crazy. Yeah, he's just going for it, huh? He's just going for it. Why does he hate me? What did I do? This guy doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to play with us. GG, sir. Yeah, he's got somewhere else to be. Yeah, exactly, J Rich, exactly. No, everybody in the industry's been completely abandoned and left out to dry. I'm gonna dodge that guy. Actually, let's just go play on NA. Let's just do our last 2 hours on NA. That guy can go baneling bust people till 5 in the morning. He'll have a great time. He'll have a great time doing that. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I don't think it's possible to just discuss esports anymore. It's not a real thing, guys. It's not a real thing. StarCraft is being paid for by Saudi Arabia because that's what they want their image to be, and that is it. If you didn't have that, there would probably be no events happening this year for the game. That's just reality. All right, we got a Zerg player.
Let's go. Go. SCV ready. Ah! You scared me. Sure thing. Huh? What's go? SCV ready. Scared me.
I don't worry about RTS though. The best thing about RTS is that there's a community outside of any of the individual games. There's just a lot of people that enjoy strategy games that do a lot of great work to support those titles. I think even without big money coming in, there will always be space to do online tournaments because, you know, some people like me or Wardy, those guys, you can give them like 6 different people's jobs. And that's what Wardy does. He replaced the entire production crew for ESL last year on all the online broadcasts, and he didn't even get a raise for that. That was just like conditional. Like he just had to do that, you know? It's absolutely nuts. Otherwise there's just no show and everybody gets fired, so it's like crazy. That's just the way things are now.
SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. Ah! What's going on? In the rear with the gear. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
He's in the Neuro clan. Oh! What does that mean? If he's a Neuro guy? Swarm host, probably? That's like his whole thing, right?
SCV ready. Go, go, go. Who wants some? Arm. SCV ready.
Does Neuro still play? I don't know. I don't really know.
This better be good.
I would guess. A lot of those guys all stream other games nowadays.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy? Been waiting on you. SCV ready. SCV ready. Ah! You scared me. Will. SCV ready. SCV ready. What? Huh? SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
3CC, nice and greedy. Get the Viking, go into like double BC. See what happens. Get a little crazy.
SCV ready.
There's no real reason to try and do like a standard type of build since If it's a neuro person, right? It's probably just gonna be a swarm host rush. So we just want to get up. We just want to get up to BCs as fast as we can, since they're actually kind of decent against them.
Cyclone ready for action.
Kind of being the operative word.
Nothing'll stop me. Adjusting for new coordinates. SCV ready. What's going on? Madden, what's going on? Big job, huh? SCV ready.
Command center upgrade complete.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the money now. Just waiting for the money. Not too much else to do. Not too much else to do here.
Add-on complete.
Very well. Ben, big job, huh? Transformation systems. Ready. Got a target in mind. Nothing. Made for battle. No one lives for. Channel's clear, boss. Cyclone receiving.
Let me collect your litterlings. They're called litterlings because people leave them on the map like litter. I'm very funny.
Yes, sir.
How do you wall this shit off?
SCV ready. Comms on. Channel. Bad news. You scared me. Got a target in mind. Oh, I'll get it. SCV ready. Yep. SCV ready.
See what you got.
Let's go kill something.
He didn't get a scout off at any point in the game, right? So we had him playing blind. We had him playing blind all match. Should be able to get some work done.
Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Depleted.
SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Called in the fleet.
SCV ready.
Yes, Commander. Oh, yes.
Command center upgrade complete. Mineral field completed. Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field completed.
Wow. Wow. Won't even let me take my base. Well, at least he knows how to build turrets. We've confirmed that. He knows how to make a lot of static defense.
Called in the fleet.
What's going on?
It's a trap.
Cyclone ready for action.
Our SCV base is under attack.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, whatever it takes.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete. Upgrade complete.
SCV ready here. Optics online.
Oh, really?
Fight or flight. SCV ready. Cyclone en route. What's going on? Ah! You scared me! Huh? Show me you.
Well,
Engineering at your disposal.
yes, sir.
It's got a lot of lings. Yeah, I'll take your queens. Hell yeah, bro. Oh, you.
Stay and battlefield.
No, I don't waiting for you.
We hear you.
Okay. Oh, he's getting all fired up now, isn't he? You could tell. You could tell he had high hopes for that push. That was almost the big one. That was almost the big one for him. It was almost the big one. He's angry. Yeah, it seems like it.
Mineral field depleted.
Cyclone receiving. In the rear. Channels clear, boss.
I think he was hoping the game would be easier. I'm not sure.
Optics online.
Wow, he let me clear all of his creep out for a Viking. That's pretty dope.
I get you.
Order action above. Ready above.
Bad news.
Risk and come. Engineering stage your
Big job, huh? Ready to raise some hell.
Upgrade complete.
Yes, Commander.
Ready to raise some hell. In gear.
Mineral field.
Cyclones are pretty good.
Ready to roll out. Enemy coming.
Thank you. Num 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 num.
Base is under attack. Mineral field
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Are you ready? You got coordinates?
State your
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
scanning battle.
mineral field depleted.
In the rear with the gear.
I mean, again, his whole plan has just kind of been sitting. He's been doing kind of just like this very uninteresting style. But you know, I gotta show respect where I can, right?
Add-on.
It's been a very passive type of game. He's been in my face, but it just hasn't felt that dynamic. I haven't felt that rush, I guess.
Patching you through.
That's the word I'm looking for, right? I haven't felt the rush.
Ought to be good.
Ready. Awaiting. Engineering at your disposal.
In gear.
Immediate.
Damn, and there he goes. He's hungry for it. Damn, that mass sling style. Not bad. GG. Well played. Yeah, I mean, he just went for literally nothing other than Zerglings. It was just very weird. I'm gonna let him queue up for another game. I'm not interested in rematching that guy. I'm good on that. I'm good on the guy not scouting me building a spire with 3 spore crawlers around it. I think I'm pretty good on that. If you're gonna do that stuff blindly, I'm not interested in playing against you. This gives me an opportunity to go get a bottle of water, though. I'll be right back. Love you guys. All right, that dude got into a game. I think we're good. Are you going to cast competitive Stormgate? If I get hired, sure, yeah. I have no idea. I don't know. Again, you got to remember the industry is completely dead. If ESL starts doing Stormgate and they want to invite me, I would love to be a part of it, but you know, if they don't hire me for StarCraft, it's hard to imagine that they would hire me for any other game, right? The last communication that I had from them was that they still wanted me casting SC2, and then they just never reached out after that. So, your guess is as good as mine.
Big job. Go ahead.
But if you decide you want to run a Stormgate tournament, by all means, slide into my DMs. I would love to be a part of it. Let me know.
SCV ready. Go ahead.
You guys are going to notice something crazy, but I've mostly just been streaming the last few years. That's what I'm going to continue to do. But I have no delusions. I have zero delusions whatsoever. My industry is completely fucked, and it is not coming back until after whatever capitulation needs to happen. But there will be no more free money flowing around until the capitulation is over. So, could be this year, could be next year, could be in 2 years, could be in 3 years. Who knows? Who knows how long they can kick the can, right? If anything, we know that they're capable of buying a lot of time if they need to. So,
SCV ready. What's in the rear? Ah! You scared me. In the rear with the gear. SCV ready. Huh?
I'm just a normal loser streamer guy. I've been trying to say that. I've been trying to get that point across for a long time. There's a lot of people here that have more hope than I do, but it's just reality. That was a really important part of me not being so angry all the time, is accepting that. You'll be a lot less angry if you do too, I promise. I like doing this. I like being here. I don't just make that up because I'm waiting for something else.
What's going on?
Command center upgrade complete.
Hopefully by the end of the year, things are a million times better than they are today. We've got a bunch of different games we're playing. Stormgate's out, Zero Space is in some public playable version, and I'll be awesome. We have a release date, so there's very little concern on my part. Very little concern on my part. I'm gonna get to stream the game next week, and then what? All I have to do is survive 3 more months. Easy. Well, there's gonna be more Zero Space in March, so really I only have to make it April and June. April and May might be the least going on, but by that point I think we'll be playing games like Age of Empires and stuff too, so I'm just not worried about it. Again, it's not like there are any industries right now that are booming. Trying to suggest this stuff is all isolated is another thing that I think can become very frustrating. But everybody's going through all of this shit right now. It's very normal.
What's going on? Yo. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Almost Stormgate release? I'm pretty sure they announced their early access plan. You can go check on their website. But yeah, they're pretty sure they're looking for early access this year. Before summer anyway, or during summer, I don't know. But I think we're gonna get more information on that soon. But they're not too far away. They're not too far away. Zero Space is a little bit earlier in their development in terms of what they're doing, so I don't expect to see them release this year. But maybe they'll get to like a public playable phase at some point.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
they've got a little bit of a different scope for their game. Stormgator Zero Space? Are you gonna make yourself choose? Is that what you're saying, Carl? Are you trying to, is he, I don't understand. Is he asking me to pick a side? Is he gatekeeping? Someone unironically gatekeeping in my chat? I'm just gonna guess English is his second language.
Command center upgrade.
Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Okay.
Transformation system ready. SCV ready.
Add-on.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Hydralisk Den. Ooh, okay. Yep. Oh, yeah. It's going down. It's just the Hydra all-in, right? This is the guy. This is the Hydralisk all-in guy. His whole entire thing is that he's just gonna all-in me with Hydras. That's literally it. He's just one of those dudes that doesn't want to give me like a long macro game. But he does a Roach Hydra all-in just so that he can kind of just make it impossible to stop.
This ought to be good.
One of my favorite Americans.
Made for battle.
Hydralisk man. Will he do it as a drop this time? Sometimes he drops, sometimes he doesn't. There it is, there it is. I mean, I knew he wouldn't be able to resist going for it. But the thing is, there's still a tiny bit of gas that I can get and mine from this. And the other thing, I can keep his roaches away from my base. You gotta remember, the only thing he cares about is ending the game. He does not want this game to go very long. Look at that. He's even got the Overlord there. That's incredible. See, no fourth base. But this is all he does. This is it. That's his legacy. Oh, he's got to go for round 2. Oh, then he's going to bunch up. And he bunches up and eats my Widow Mines.
Research complete.
Yes, Commander.
Bad news. SCV ready.
Yes, Commander.
SCV ready.
Well,
Go ahead. SCV ready.
yes, Commander. You hail? Patch, yes, Commander. Well, show
Just wanted to make sure, you know.
Mineral field depleted.
Good boy. Okay. He's got a lot. These guys, he's cranking out the Hydras. We know that. We know that.
what? Well,
You just have to assume that that's the other base he took at this point. Yeah. Not a lot of other options.
Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete.
What's all that plus 50 XP? What does that mean? Kappa.
Upgrade complete. Command mineral
Fantastic. Fantastic. This game is nuts.
Huh? Big job, huh? Bad news?
mineral field depleted.
I never wanted it to be this way, but he blocked my third the first time I tried to take it.
Oh, really?
Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack.
Who called in the fleet?
Oh, you trying to catch my BCs out on the map? You looking for him, Schnookums? You looking, Schnookum von Schnookelheim?
You scared me.
Yes, Commander.
Bad news?
You're excited for the Stormgate streams? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I know that the streams have been a little quieter because, like, I do really feel like a lot of people feel it coming, you know? Like, a lot less people have been tuning in and looking at StarCraft stuff, which kind of sucks, but I think things are going to pick up quite a bit next week. It's going to be a lot of fun. They made some really good changes in the new beta build that that affect me and that I'm very excited about. And of course can't tell you about any of it until February 5th, and then I'll be allowed to tell you everything. We'll finally be on the same page for a brief period of time. How cool will that be? How cool will that be?
In the rear. What's going on?
Mineral field depleted.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
That's fine. You take that one.
Upgrade complete. Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
Oh, there it is. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? He's using Swarm Host Hydra. This man is angry. Well, what's your plan now, genius? He's got some good upgrades. Yeah, he's got the 3-3. I appreciate that. Hey, he's trying. He's trying.
In the rear with the...
He's trying.
Well, what is it? In
Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Command center upgrade complete.
Oh, really? Yes, Commander.
Good boy.
Add-on complete.
You. What is it? Who called in the fleet? It's a trap.
It's a problem with Hydras, though, right? That's like the whole problem with this. This is the whole problem. Like, what does he do?
Base is under attack.
Well, he could wait for you to just make mistakes like that, Nathan.
Whatever that means. You hailed?
SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Yes, Commander.
Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Whatever. Patching you through. Oh, really?
Wait, that's really all he has? I thought he had that base, too.
Vespene geyser exhausted.
Okay, okay. Well, maybe things aren't so bad then. Yeah, he's cooked. He can't do anything about this. No, 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 no. I knew it. I remembered him. I remembered him. You've just been playing ARPGs the last year and you're ready for a new co-op RTS? Bro, I'm stoked, man. I'm stoked. New co-op. You've got a huge amount of people excited about a fresh game, getting first-party development. I honestly think you could get a lot of people to come back to StarCraft if just Blizzard took over updating the game again. Like, it's tough, but you just can't predict that, you know? Having new stuff like that people are excited about is always going to be an important part of the ecosystem. You can't have a game exist just sitting there. Or, you know, like in StarCraft's case, progressively getting worse. We have so many bugs now, and we have no guarantee that they're going to be fixed in the next update. We also have no guarantee there's going to be another update. It's tough. It's tough. Yeah, look at this. Roach speed, Hydra upgrades, and 3-3. Nothing else. Nothing else. I've played this guy a couple of times, and I always forget who he is. But he's imprinted in my memory a little bit now. Now that I've had the pleasure of playing him a couple of different times, I've started to get a read. The spawning pool at the end of the main. No gas, right? Straight to 3 bases, and then just giga economy into Hydralisk all-in timing. But I think that I handled this perfectly. I do feel like this game was a pretty flawless plan. My execution will always leave something to be desired. I don't think I played perfectly, but I think I handled this as well as I could have. Because even though it would seem tough to deal with the Hydras, especially because he was very upgrade focused. Like, look at that 1-1. He's already got it with this first push. So even though I'm able to clean that up and my BCs end up doing like a little bit of damage, I don't know that it was really enough because I actually lost one and I was caught off guard that he had 1-1 so fast. I definitely thought I was going to kill everything. But yeah, look at that. 2 BCs. I just threw away 2 very quickly there. It's not good. Not good. Because battle cruisers are a big snowball, and then I lost another one there, and that was when I realized, I'm like, oh my god, I need to take a lot of bases. I need to take a lot of bases and slow this down. And that was the moment that he's like, all right, I'm just sending everything. I'm sending everything after you. He's chasing me down. He's chasing me down. He had the swarm hosts out. he was going bonkers. But he had no map vision too, which is also kind of interesting. I think that hurt him a lot. He was running back and forth in and out of his main base. But he had nothing out on the map. He never even looked at the bottom right corner of the map at any point. So I guess if I play him, I could probably take a ninja base because he's just so tunnel visioned. Yeah, very tunnel vision type of player. Probably the best way to describe it. I do feel like it's also a moral victory that he invested in the corruptors. That just to me was like the cherry on top of the sundae. He made a couple of corruptors to die before the game ended. It was very generous of him. Imagine if they added 6 new units and a new building per race, bug fixes, new maps. No, I don't care about any of that. StarCraft 2 needs 3 things. First, we need better servers, guys. You can't make American players fluctuate between 10 ping and 250. I don't care what your reasoning or explanation is. None of your players will give a shit about your explanation. They will just stop playing the game. United States is one of the highest income as far as expendable money goes. Lots of people in the US. Lots of people in the US that play games. You don't want to deliberately shit on them just because they have no pro players. That was like a huge mistake that North American StarCraft made. They just like completely abandon anything that doesn't have a relation to esports, which is like just, as we all know, esports just bankrupts you. So you gotta have some kind of focus on building out for like people to just enjoy and play the game long term. I think quality of life, 4K texture upscaling, if they had a way, or rescaling anyway, if they had an option to do something like, you know, the RTX remix thing from NVIDIA for DirectX 9, I don't think that it would work with StarCraft, but if Microsoft has some AI-driven proprietary garbage for helping to get a DirectX 9 game onto DirectX 12, that would be great for StarCraft. If they were able to find a way to like do some kind of single thread emulation type bullshit or whatever like Vulkan does with this, that would be huge. The performance gains could be really big. Like there's a lot of things that they could touch on. I don't really care too much balance wise. If they want to make the game more fun and get people playing it like 1v1, then I think the number one thing that they should do, I've been saying this for years and now other games are doing it, loadouts. Loading screen. You can see that the other guy picked a Hellion or a Vulture. We need that kind of shit. All right? Just make the game more interesting. The base of it is already very good. Just give people little flavors, little flavor ways to put their personal touch on a style. And stop letting these neckbeards that don't know anything about life say that it doesn't matter because of balance. Because those are the same people that ruin the game.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready. Move it. We'll butter by.
You guys came up with a really fun mechanic in your game, and I noticed that I occasionally lose games to this mechanic. Could you please remove it from the game? Because my ego can't stand losing for any reason. And obviously this very fun mechanic is the only reason I lose in the game. It's not good, guys. Oh, I did it again. Which SCV is it? The factory SCV? Crazy. That must just be from the delay on the unit selection while I'm pressing the buttons going through my tabs. That might just literally be a latency thing somehow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have that much ping. I don't know how that happens. Hey, Flamingo Bingo. Need a note feature? Well, the number one thing that StarCraft 1v1 needs is not in the game. We need lobbies. You need lobbies. StarCraft 2 desperately needs lobbies. You should have a pre-game lobby, and yes, you should have a post-game lobby. Both of those things should exist. You should be able to see your match history against people when you queue against them. You should be given an opportunity to click on their profile and look at their match history.
You got coordinates or what? Got something for me to cops open.
Add-on.
SCV ready.
You want to know why? Because that's what the pros get to do. They get to know who they're playing. If you're going to copy the ladder and pretend that it's representative of pro play and then incorporate none of the other mechanics of what professional or competitive gameplay is like, you know, you're really just, again, you're just poisoning the well. Because then a bunch of people get a warped idea of what the game is supposed to be like. And then they wonder why they never get to play games like that on the ladder, because it's a completely different animal. Has almost no similarity at all to competitive play. Nobody gets to queue up for IEM Katowice. Nobody playing in IEM Katowice this next week. I promise you guys, swear on my own life, not a single person is going to be playing an anonymous best of one. It's not going to happen. Nobody is going to play the tournament as a barcode. Nobody is going to be able to queue up and play their tournament matches without their opponent knowing who they are. It doesn't happen in tournaments. It never has happened in tournaments. And all things going well, it never will happen in tournaments. But yeah, that's all I was trying to say. The pros get to do all of that stuff. That's one of the reasons why pros don't hate their lives. If every pro had to play their match against an anonymous rando in a best of one at every stage of the tournament, like, the results would be a lot worse than they are now, as impossible as that may be to believe. Game quality is heavily dictated by player expectations. Heavily. And obviously the players' expectations dictate everything about whether or not they play the game, so. Oh wow, didn't even get it. Didn't even get the tank.
Command center upgrade complete.
I got my ear.
Who wants some? SCV ready. Huh? SCV ready.
I will have to mess with the repeat delay a little bit at some point today, though, I think.
This better be good. SCV ready.
Show me what you got.
SCV ready.
Absolutely smashed him.
SCV ready. I'm on it. In the rear with the gear.
Call the ball.
You don't get to keep that pylon. That's my pylon now. That's my pylon now.
Add-on complete.
You did fight very hard for it, though. I commend you. It was clear. It was clear that that pylon meant a lot to you based on the way that this game has gone. I don't shame you for your love of the pylon, but I do ask, was it worth it? Oh, of course. You got multiple Reapers. You got both Reapers on that, you know? You got both of them. I think it's fair to say made our life reasonably difficult.
We hear you.
No, Banshee speed's about to finish. Then we kick this Revolution into overdrive.
Research complete.
Engine screaming. Engine screaming.
Mineral field depleted.
Can do.
SCV ready.
Let's see what he wants to do here.
Engine screaming.
Mineral field depleted.
Big job, huh? SCV ready.
Done. I got my ears on. Loud and clear. Call the ball. Receiving. Mayday. Mayday. I got this. Mayday. Mayday. Engaging. Mayday. Mayday. Follow back.
I mean, he's got the prism, right? We know he's there. We know he's there. We know he wants it.
Call the ball. Engage. Follow back.
Yeah, he's just got zealots on both of the bases. Fair, fair. Makes sense. Makes sense. This is one of those situations where I could probably be doing better if I just kept making Banshees, but I don't really like to do that.
Mineral field depleted.
It's definitely a core part of my strategy this game to... I don't think he's gonna let us take that base. I think he's gonna hit us with a lot of stuff. We'll see though. We'll see.
What's going on? In the rear with the gear.
How many battle cruisers do I have? I mean, I could just go at 3. That's never bad.
Got no patience for sitting around.
Who called in the fleet?
All right, well, we just wait for him to attack us now. He did let the planetary finish, which is awesome. Well, we have to reveal our hand. Oh, wow, he gave up because I was going to kill his +1. Beautiful. See, it's fun to use the Banshees. It is fun. It is fun to use the Banshees, but you need battle cruisers to close the game. It's just a general rule in this matchup. Cyclones and Banshees are a lot of fun, but they do not win you games. They don't win. You can kill a lot of stuff. You can kill 100 probes and lose easily if all you're making are Banshees and Cyclones. You do need to get out BCs at some point. The better job you do of containing them and keeping them at home, the less siege tanks you need. I didn't really have to build that many. And I got him to kind of throw the game at the start. I felt very confident with the attack that he made. If you guys remember at the very start of this game, he kind of threw. I didn't feel like his map control was bad or anything. He shut down the drop. I didn't get to do anything. My Cyclone drop got completely shut down. That pylon, of course, but he does this move, and this was just the worst, I think, from him. This was the biggest mistake. Because he comes up, he thinks he sees the opportunity, he blinks 4 stalkers onto it, doesn't kill it. This is just funny. And then he makes more stalkers in the top right corner because of the pylon, so the Reaper actually gets some real HP damage done on the stalker as a result of that. It's just a very strange game. That was also his first forge, the one in the back. He didn't have any upgrades at the end. I'm gonna guess that was, what, +1? It had to be. Yeah, +1 attack. Going armor versus battle cruisers would not be a good play. Oh, he was Grandmaster. Okay. Would be the top. What was his rank? 180. Not bad. I'll take it. There you go. Clapping Grandmasters up here. How can you talk and play? Years of practice. Years of practice. Like anything, it's a lever. The more I talk, the worse I play. The more I focus on playing, and the better I play, the less I talk. I usually try to balance it out. I talk a little bit more at the start of the game. Sometimes if a game gets really intense, or if I get into like a kind of crazy situation, I'll do this whole thing where I'll just like completely disassociate and channel into the game, and I won't talk for like literally the end until the end. Until I get a moment to breathe, you know? I'll go full out of body once we're past the 10-minute mark if we're in a macro game.
Yeah. Sure thing.
It's that rush. It's that rush, man.
SCV ready.
I don't get my rush from winning the games anymore. I get my rush from being in a good game. That's what does it for me. You gotta work to get over 100 supply these days. You gotta put up with a lot. And there's a lot of people that just won't let you get there, win or lose. There's the probe.
SCV ready. Ah, you scared me. It's your time. Yeah. What's in the rear. The Grand Reaper has arrived. Oh yeah, baby. All right. Agree. SCV ready. Bad news.
Oh, you left it at the tower.
On the way. The Grand Reaper has arrived. SCV ready. Fear the Reaper, man. Done. Nothing I can't handle.
Oh yeah, how about the midnight with that teaser on their page for like the last week? And it's just a graphic novel for their old album. I thought they were gonna drop a single or some shit. I thought we were about to get a taste. I did. I got greedy. I let myself get let down.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. In the rear. What's going on? What? You want? I'm listening.
Same. Yeah. That countdown, the countdown page, all of that, the picture of the mall, I was like, let's go. We're back. We're so back.
Got something for me to kill.
Talk to me. on you.
You gonna give me orders?
Okay, that's fine.
SCV ready. Got something. Go ahead.
Got him to warp a bunch of stuff in. Maybe we delay his base by like half of a second. I don't know.
Course set.
Add-on complete.
Gangway coming through. Huh? Big job, huh? Well, butter in the rear with me. Who wants some?
Add-on.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Base is under attack.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Ready. What's going on?
Commands.
SCV ready.
Flight plan is all hands to battle station.
SCV.
Incoming. Standing by. Easy. Moving into position.
SCV ready.
We have you on screen. Of course.
In the rear.
See the amount of... Didn't quite get what I wanted there.
Big job, huh? SCV ready.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. Weird game. I mean, we kind of shut down the Phoenix. I got this really fast double armory.
Ah! You scared me. What's going on? Huh? Oh, I'll get there. In gear. SCV ready.
Commencing state combat.
I don't have enough gas to make 2 battle cruisers, so I'm just going to start the 3rd command center, 2 depots, and then while the gas reaccumulates, we'll wait. Trying to get upgrades while doing something like this is generally going to be really, really tough. Let's just get 2 more. Oh, there it is, the Mass Zealot Areno. I never got the battle cruisers out, which hurts. But we'll still get them.
Are under attack.
That's true, actually. Yeah, we can.
Base is under attack. Research complete. Your forces are under attack.
You can't really reinforce this.
Mineral field completed.
There's no more production. No more workers. It's good. Good.
Mineral field completed. Command center upgrade complete.
What's going on?
Upgrade complete.
SCV ready. Go ahead.
What a game. Will we ever get more units out? It's been really hard to try and set these bases up in the aftermath of the chaos.
SCV ready.
State your request.
I'm feeling pretty good now, though. Having the 2-2, right? That was huge. The fact that my battle cruisers, I probably don't need to do it this way. Yeah, no, we should get 3-3. That really is what ends this. My upgrades are just, he doesn't have any upgrades. You guys probably need to be aware of that. He has no upgrades, so he literally just can't fight. He just can't fight me head to head. I think that he thinks that I have nothing. And of course he thinks that, because he didn't make any observers this game, right? We would have known, because then he probably wouldn't have lost everything to the Widow Mines. He would have won this game pretty easily, I think, if he had made an observer at any point. That's all he really needed was an obs. For some reason, he just did not make one. Being in one of the tougher spots is Terran to full-blown happy to see it. Yeah. Well, I could have forced it. I could have tried to force it with the Cyclone drop, but he was so ready for it. I figured, okay, use the Cyclones defensively. I think I picked off like 2 of his Phoenix with the early Cyclone. And even though he had double forage at the end, remember, he had double forage, but no upgrades, guys. It was just a charge all in. He didn't even have blink. I was expecting him to blink. Do you guys know why I didn't Yamato? I didn't Yamato him because I respected him too much than to convince myself it was possible that he just didn't get blink. I got nothing for that. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say to that. He didn't even have blink. He made a lot of zealots, though. Let's go to the... That's a little too far back. He went Phoenix to deny a mine drop. Then he took all of his guys off mining gas. He's not mining any gas. So he just wants to make... How many gateways does he have? 8. He wants to make 8 zealots at a time. The call when he was deep in your main, you just calmly said he can't reinforce this. Was cool as a cucumber. Yeah. Well, it was unfortunate that he managed to find a path that avoided all of my mines except for one. If I had known he was going to do it this way, because he completely went around the watchtower, right? So even if I unburrow this mine, it wouldn't be in the vision radius. I guess that mine was really the first when he flew over that one, but I didn't have enough time to reposition them. I did move these 2. I moved 2 of them. And that may have ended up making the difference. This one somehow fired. Huge amount of damage dragged across all of them. I hit him with the anti-armor missile as well. Maybe I should have used the auto turret. Maybe just the damage behind the wall. I really thought he would have blink. This game did not make sense. So bizarre. Yeah, 3 of the mines got him. Actually, this one killed a reinforcement unit as well, so. But that was the biggest thing, because once he was through, my thought process was, well, I bring all the mines here. Yeah, he got that wave, but I bring all the mines here, and he's at least gonna bleed out trying to do that again. So, and then of course he wasn't mining gas, so or getting blink, so his stalkers were just very weak. He went double forge and took a 3rd base while the attack was happening, but he just, yeah, he didn't actually do anything. Didn't do anything with it. Great dub for us. Nice win. Beautiful hold, though. Thank you, Drangdon. Thank you, sir. Got a couple more games coming up today, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate everybody hanging out and being so awesome today. You guys are the best. All right, we got a Zerg. Zeg.
Huh? Big jump. What's the man? Bad. SCV ready. What's going on? Uh-huh. Bad news? What's SCV ready here? Well, go ahead. What's huh? Bad news?
Let's get one more banger. Come on.
What's going on?
Just don't one base me, bro. Don't one base me. You can beat me. I don't mind. But let's take this one to the limit. Do you guys know if Brood War is still a thing? People play online? Not really. There's some small groups, but Brood War is a lot like SC2. Most of the people in that community just kind of talk about it, you know? They just kind of talk about it and watch it, and they have like their favorite players and streams, but there's not a lot of people who play it, sadly. They did this remaster, but they didn't like actually try to fix any of the problems with the game, so unsurprisingly, there was very little in the way of getting people back on and laddering, so yeah. It's still I think most people that play Brood War just play on Korea. I think that's the thing. Everybody just plays on the Korean server because that's the only one that has a decent amount of players on it. The game is still relatively popular in Korea. Much like you guys, you know, you grow old and you like StarCraft 2 still, so you still watch it. Same thing with people with Brood War. It's got that personal thing. SC2 for us, Brood War for the Koreans.
Command center upgrade complete.
Yeah, imagine being a casual Brood War fan and the biggest streamer is a guy who's basically just got non-stop porn text running. It's tough. It's tough. It doesn't get a lot of new people in the space.
What's going on? Bad news? Big job, huh?
I wouldn't recommend a new person getting into that to watch Artosis. You have to, I don't know, man. You gotta be someone that already spends way too much time on the internet and is desensitized to everything. That's what that's for.
Bad news? Armed and ready. SCV ready.
You don't watch anymore unless TTS is muted on SC2 casts or his Pro League days? Yeah, exactly. I can't watch him. I used to watch him all the time, but I can't when the text-to-speech is on. It's horrible. I'm glad he's paying. You know what? His kids are gonna go to school. He's taking care of his family. I totally get it. He's not doing anything wrong. But me, I'm not interested. I don't think I need to know more creative ways to talk about Mario getting his personal business on. You know? I think I'm good there. I think I'm a twisted enough person that if I wanted to imagine that, I probably could just do that instead. So Mario is very, very low on my my underground priorities. I think I'd rather read Saw fan fiction. Oh, Detective Hoffman, you've cornered me. The only way out of this trap is if we push each other to get... Oh, sorry, it was wrong fanfic.
Have you finally learned to trust me, Detective?
Yeah, it's impossible to describe his stream. Just really, the only warning I'd give you, don't watch it with kids nearby or anybody that might judge you for what you watch. That's all. I don't think it's like dangerous to check out, but unless you like the sound of children screaming loudly in a mall while you're trying to shop, I don't think.
Command center upgrade complete.
It's for the memes. Yeah, that's what everybody says. It's very funny. Haha. Hilarious. Then you watch Tasteless. You're like, what does Tasteless do on his stream? And he just plays all sorts of video games. And you're like, okay, at least that one side of the coin is a little more chill.
Add-on complete.
When people used to tell me, they're like, you know, Nate, I love your casting, but I can't stand your stream. I never understood it until that. The TTS broke me.
Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
You know how many people I probably turned off the game from just raging about it the whole entire time, right? You know? It's stuff like that. Stuff like that, you look back, you think on it, and you're like, this is stuff we want to improve in the future, right?
Yes, Commander.
That's what it's all about, trying to take steps forward. You know who your first is? I'm just gonna guess also Nathanias, because that option's more fun. Jeff? Oh, that's fair too. That's fair. Fair answer. My favorite Jeff meme was probably the Bane off. I think whenever I miss him or I feel a certain way, I like to watch the Bane off video that we did. The highlight from that. Yeah. My stream in the past, I used to be a sick rager like 5 years ago. Most people who play StarCraft still think that I'm like the same. It was that bad. It was that bad. Most people in StarCraft are like, if you ask them about me, like anybody that doesn't come here, That's like that's like the biggest impression I gave most people for a long time. Yeah. It hasn't been like that in a very, very long time here. I was like 25, you know. I was 25, didn't have any support groups or support networks in my life, you know. I was doing okay, doing things the way I did them, so didn't really know any better kind of a thing, you know. Then I met somebody that I really cared about, that loved me, that cared about me. And I think probably meeting Katie was like the first time that I was like, because for me, I was always like, oh, I could play the game, pretend to get angry, and then, you know, oh, say the game's imbalanced, whatever. People give me money, I validate them, whatever. And then it was never like that crazy. I called Lambo mediocre once, and like I got 5,000 upvotes on Reddit calling for my head because of that. Like that's like the level that like StarCraft was at. So when I say sick rager, I mean, I called some pros occasionally, not the best. So that's the worst thing I've ever done. But at the same time, I was definitely a lot louder and definitely not as good at managing how the game made me feel, like with my anxiety and stress. I think probably the biggest thing that helped was like I could always do that stuff. And then I would end my stream and I just completely compartmentalized like all of it. So I could spend like 5 hours just screaming at my computer, like every game, win or lose, I'd just be like, oh, F this guy, oh, he's a cheater, oh, blah, 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 blah. Obviously very different energy to what we do here nowadays, but I could do all of that. And then just turn off the stream and just go get a beer. That's what I did like 99% of the time. I lived in LA by the studio, so I would just go walk to a bar or movie theater. There was a really nice movie theater. I lived in a really awesome neighborhood, so I would just stream, do like the over the top thing because people like that. And then one day everybody decided they didn't like that, and then I was gone. But it was fun. It was fun. But the biggest thing for me was meeting somebody who even when I did that, you know, she was still like, doesn't really seem like you're okay. And when you're a guy, most guys don't want to talk about that stuff. So obviously I've never spoken about anything on that level with a dude before. And I think I managed to get scammed by like 3 therapists because American healthcare really sucks. So it was tough. Like I tried to do stuff like that. But I've never had anybody in my life that I could make a mistake around that wouldn't basically want to execute me. Almost any time in my life I've ever made any mistake, people have been extremely harsh, or as harsh as they can possibly be. Look at the way people talk about me, right? Give 10 years of your life trying to do something for a community that you love and care about, and I just get to be a footnote on some shit stain that I was run out of town or something, you know? It's crazy. I learned a lot from those days, but yeah, it was nuts. People will always assume the worst, is what I learned.
Bad news? That's better be good. Me. Bad news? Huh? Big job, huh? Move it. What's going on?
Command center up.
Oh yeah, we're already well into the comeback era. Oh yeah.
In the rear with the gear.
No. The truth is, like, nobody would have ever treated me like that, right? If they liked me. Like, nobody would have ever been so quick to just be so horrible. So it was just kind of a rough reality, you know? I worked my way in. I was one of the only people that wasn't a former pro or caster. I didn't have any nepotism. I didn't have any connections. I didn't know a single person, right? I just came in and took somebody else's job, and there was already a whole big space of people that did all of this stuff. And even though people in the community liked me, and that was, I guess, why I got hired, the moment that it wasn't in the community's hands, I got cut out of everything, and it just sucked, you know? Just sucked. I didn't really understand it at the time, because, again, I was just 20. I raised myself. Grew up in abject poverty. It's hard. It's hard to gain perspective on things, you know? Most of my childhood was just worrying about if I was going to have food or electricity. when you get to a point where you have all of those things, you don't want to think about all the stuff you got away from, right? So processing that and working through a lot of it and even being able to talk about it, right? It's all big stuff, all big stuff. I've come very, very, very far. But I don't hate that guy because I think I might be the only person who really understands what he was going through. So I can't hate myself. I can't hate who I used to be, but I'm very, very happy of the progress that I and he made. You got blessed with that giant dong? Yes, well, that made getting the wife part pretty easy. But aside from that, yeah.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Yeah, I think that was really it. It was just realizing at some point that just not that many people ever liked me as much as I thought. I should have been a little more aware for people trying to fuck with me. That was my bad.
Ready to blunder. Fight or flight. Yeah, right. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Sure thing. Optics online. Let's go kill something. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. In gear. Show me. SCV ready. Cyclone en route. I get ya.
You guys can't talk about winter or spring, okay? Okay? I do not know how many of you have a high school diploma from a Pennsylvania accredited school district, but I do. And that legally allows me to tell you that you cannot talk about the seasons until Punxsutawney Phil crawls out of his hole and decides whether or not he's going to crawl back in. And that's the law.
Let's go kill something.
And if you don't know what I'm talking about, all you have to do is watch the hit 1998 movie featuring Bill Murray, Groundhog Day. It will explain everything.
In the rear with the gear.
That's it. Period. End of discussion. End of discussion. It even has that one chick from God. Was she in any other movies than that? Ah. Watch that step. It's a doozy. Now, Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania is only like 5 hours from where I went to high school, okay? Sorry, maybe 3. I think it was in central PA, right? I lived in the way northeast. I was in the Poconos, so. We lived out in the woods. Got a septic tank, no mail, no mailbox. It was wild. We just had one of those highway route boxes at the post office because they couldn't do regular mail route to our address. It was so remote. I was the first kid that got picked up by my school bus every day. My bus ride was an hour and a half. I had to go out and wait for the bus at 5:30 in the morning because the depot was down the road. And we didn't get to school until 7:58. So I would always miss breakfast, but they would let me, because they knew I got free breakfast, they would let me come take breakfast anyway. I was like one of the only people that was allowed to. They have like a cutoff that if you're not there by like 8:15, they can't give you breakfast. Sometimes we got there at 8:15, but small town, you know. Everybody kind of knows everybody's business in some level. I'm kind of just amazed that
Mineral
he hasn't like done a big push or something yet on me. I don't even know. I don't even know how to feel. I feel like this game is going too smoothly. Bill Murray was in some decent indie movies too. Bill Murray's awesome. I get compared to Bill Murray a lot. If you say you can't see it, that's fine. I said other people compare me, not me. I don't know. I don't think I really look like Bill Murray, but I like him. I don't think of him as a bad person, which means being compared to him is a good thing, right? I think is that the bar?
Our SCVs are under attack. Complete. Our forces are under attack. Upgrade complete.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. My battle cruisers have 1-1, so his corruptors are actually not even that good.
Base is under attack.
Yeah, I got bad news for you, Sonny Jim.
Who called in the fleet? Yes, Commander. Yes. Oh.
Huh? SCV ready.
Who called in the fleet?
Knocking me off the third, like, does suck, but it's not the worst thing that could have happened, right? He did just try to kill us. He did just try to kill us after all.
Center upgrade.
SCV ready. Right, huh? SCV ready.
We can only assume that he's probably just, oh.
Mineral field depleted.
Oh yeah, he doesn't want me to have widow mines on the map, right?
Command center upgrade.
See, that's the thing though. You consider his position, consider what he has available to him, and then you recognize that even if we couldn't do too much right there in that moment, we did stop him for a few seconds anyway, from whatever that next possibly perceivable attack may or may not have been.
Our SCV's base is under attack.
He wants it though.
Upgrade complete. Mineral field complete. Base is under attack.
Oh, really?
In the rear with me.
Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Yep.
He is making this difficult.
Add
SCV ready.
Yes, Commander.
He is making it mighty difficult for me.
Upgrade complete.
What timer do I have? 25 seconds? That's too much.
Open it.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Big job, huh?
Oh, really?
What an absolutely bonkers game, though, huh?
Research complete.
It's coming down to the wire. I guess we could get an insurance policy guy going, but... No, that's fine, bro. That's fine. Okay, okay. I wasn't sure if he would dive for it.
Mineral field depleted.
Yes, Commander.
What do I have? 15 seconds on that still?
Base is under attack.
SCV ready.
Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
What's going on?
Who called in the fleet? Yes.
Huh?
Yes. Oh, really? Patching you through.
Resting geyser exhausted.
Who called in the fleet?
Let's set something on fire.
He's trying.
Yes, Commander. Who called in the fleet?
Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack.
I feel like we're in a pretty good spot, though. After he threw away all those banelings, that one to me seemed like the point that might break him. Not to be confused with Point Break, the movie, which would also potentially break him, given the, the state of play that we've seen here. That's the hard part. Your corruptors can't kill my SCVs, so you're just kind of stuck. Really.
Who called in the fleet? What is
You need to do the impossible nightmare, the nightmare blunt rotation of corruptors and broodlords together,
patching? Yes, Commander.
which nobody wants, of course, as the name. But yeah, playlist so good, the stream beats most radio stations. Yeah, I got you, boo. I got you.
You hailed?
Mineral field depleted.
Optics online.
Got him. Oh, that was awesome. That was awesome.
I get you. Ready. You got coordinates or what?
Vespine geyser exhausted.
Ooh, so many banelings.
Upgrade complete.
Got it. Cyclone on.
And then all the Banes die to cyclones. Uh
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Engineering. State your.
What a crazy game.
Go ahead.
He just attacked me over and over and over until he died. So sick.
Optics online. Let's go kill something. Console. Show me who. Big job. SCV ready. Systems go.
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, now he's got nothing but corruptors.
What's going on?
State your request.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna need a few more cyclones than that, huh? Fair.
Engage. Patching.
You got coordinates ready? Big job, huh?
Base is under attack.
Look at him go. I love it. I'm proud of him. I think these guys are mostly covered by the planetary here, if I'm being honest. Yeah, take your time. That is the one. That's the one. Yes, that's the one I want you to go after. Thank you.
SCVs are under attack.
Optics online.
Please deny me from mining any more of that gold that I've already completely mined out.
What's going on?
Our SCVs are under attack.
State your request.
You hail?
Ready. State your request.
SCV ready.
Upgrade complete.
Order.
Oh, really? You hail? Well,
Raven online.
You got coordinates online. Let's go kill something.
It's gonna be tough, right? He's just gonna try to drag this out. Try to move his whole way through the bottom of the map.
patching you through.
Complete.
Let's go.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Cyclone receiving. Targeting.
Despine Geyser exhausted. Despine Geyser exhausted. Research complete.
It's a trap.
State your request.
Your forces.
Got him. Yeah, baby. Hell yeah.
Wait.
That was a good game. The mass BC with cyclones is really nutty. Don't want to mess anything up, but you're on absolute fire today. I have been killing it, haven't I? I've been absolutely glowing. I've been positively glowing today, ladies and gentlemen. That was another great game, another great dub. But you know what? I can't do it without you. I want to give a big shout out to everybody tuning in today. You guys were great as well. Y'all were fantastic. Fantastic. I appreciate you. Today, I wanted to bring a high energy, great series of games. We won the majority of games we played today. We played a lot of really good ones. We played a lot of really good games today. I think the new way that we've been playing our TVTs and our TVP has also been a lot better. But like I said, I was kind of testing. I really wanted to see what I could do with mostly Cyclone builds the last week or two. So today I started mixing it up a little bit more, going back into some of the BC Rush, but kind of playing it a little more heavy-handed, I suppose, is the way to put it. But yeah, very well done. It's a great game. Thank you guys. Thank you. I think I'm gonna call it though. I think I'm gonna call it for the night. I appreciate you very much. You had a comical game where you played a Terran going BCs and you thought you were playing me, and then the guy BM'd you. I don't play with chat turned on. So you'll never have me talk to you in game. You'll never have to worry about that. I also don't play on any accounts named Nathanias either. So if you play somebody with my name, it's probably just somebody trying to make me look bad. That's all. But that's going to be it for today's show, guys. I'm going to go take the dog out. I'm going to go take out the pooch. Tomorrow, going to be same vibes as today. Just want to keep it rolling. I'm not pushing myself schedule-wise to do anything crazy. I just want to play the game, and I feel like 5 hours is where my performance drops off a cliff. So after 5 hours of ladder, it goes off a cliff. I don't really think I have anything great to show you guys other than SC2 today, so I'm just going to wrap it up. But God bless you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.